Share with sound.
And yeah, servers. New servers. Who's your worst server?
Evil lads, grab your beer. The Pfeiffer's back, the crew is here. From the decks of the DDD 991, stories of sailors, trouble and fun. Crack that bottle, sound that bell. We've got details you know well. Raise your glass, let the waves roll wide. The Pfeiffer's crew's got nothing to hide.
Pfeiffer's arriving.
Welcome to the Pfeiffer's DD 991 podcast. It's episode 144. I'm Rocky, there's Gilly, Mick, and Little Tate, and I think Brett will be joining us later. And we're going to talk about stuff. Who would like to begin?
And things.
Well,
And
did
that.
you like that video?
Dude, that was pretty
interesting.
cool. I like it, bro. It was pretty cool. That's cool that you
Not
could
bad,
do
not
that.
bad.
I liked it. I thought it was pretty neat.
Of course, Thumper missed it.
What? I've been busy. Sorry.
Like I got life to do.
Here's some of the lies that we've been told that just lies.
Oh, we've been
Shit,
told lies
dude.
our whole life.
I'm gonna say that's not just a podcast; it's a whole series.
Yeah.
We inherited
The
lies.
country very similar to ours today. Look at inflation, look at debt, look at crime, look at pedophilia, look at corruption in government, look at all these things. There is not a dissimilar situation between America today and Germany in the 1930s. When this man Adolf came to power, Germany was on its knees. And within short order, within 2 years, 3 years, not only was Germany no longer a destitute nation, it had shed all of the debt that it never could have paid. Basically, Adolf said, fuck off to the bankers.
Said no to the
Literally.
Rothschild banks.
Maybe that's why they hate him. 6 million unemployed, right? All of them were employed within 3 years. 2 million homeless? All of them were housed within 2 years. The reason why they don't want you looking at World War II and Adolf is because the National Socialist policies, which they mislabel Nazi, which is a derogatory term created by the Jews, effectively means country bumpkin imbecile.
Well, they yell that term and they want you to shut down without even discussing what it means.
You say Nazi?
What does
enough
it
said.
even mean? I don't even know what that means.
It's National Socialism. The answer for America today lies in the one place that everybody who's mind controlled will never look. Germany, and a man named Adolf. And again, let's go back to communism. Who created communism? The Jews. Is communism, Zionism, Judaism, all the same root? Look at what we see playing out in Gaza today. This is genocide.
I mean, a lot of people forget that fucking Russia, they were communism. But guess who started it? The fucking Jews.
Well, I think a big
You know-
misconception they have about the National Socialism of Germany was the word socialism.
Yeah.
He didn't mean it the way the communists meant it.
No.
He didn't mean socialism as in taking money out of a rich man's pocket and put it into a poor man's pocket. But socialism meant was before you made a decision, ask yourself, is it best for your community and your nation? That was it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, it was a yes, I can, but should I sort of question. Like, yeah, sure, this will make me, 20 million bucks, but is this going to somehow damage the state in which I reside or the country or whatever? Like that was what socialism meant, was looking out for your fellow people before you made a decision that could negatively impact them.
Yeah, because just like you said in the clip, he was talking about how Germany was on its knees. He was rebuilding Germany itself because he had seen what was wrong in Germany at the time, with Germans losing jobs, the Jewish taking over the jobs. And it was like what was best for his countrymen and what was best for the country itself.
I mean, in 1930 in Berlin, you could get yourself a mother-daughter combo on the streets for, a couple of fucking
Marks.
couple of Deutschmarks, like they were
Same way with-
women were selling their own goddamn daughters on the streets.
Same way, if you wanted sex change back then, the Jews was the ones that started all that bullshit.
Magnus Hirschfeld.
You know?
Yep.
That's the books they were burning, they weren't burning Shakespeare. They weren't burning, Homer and the Odyssey and the Iliad. They weren't burning Virgil. They were burning transsexual and homosexual stuff.
That's like people forget that Hitler was a student of the arts. He wanted to be a painter. Yeah. He fought World War I. People forget that for Germany. He fought in World War I.
Heroically,
Well,
I might
what
add.
made him fucking what they call radicalized when they threw him in prison.
No.
That's when he wrote Mein Kampf, right there. And when he came to power in 1933, that's when the Jews did not like it because he said no more interest on loans. Period.
Yep. The usury
Well,
shit went away.
Yeah.
Now,
It's
I
like-
think what did they do for money lending at that time? Didn't they introduce a flat fee? Like it wasn't recurring interest. It was one fee for borrowing so much money.
I don't know how Germany did it, but I know they did away with interest. All that bullshit.
Yeah, they did away with the interest and the usury. I think what they did was they introduced like a percentage fee. Like if you were gonna, loan somebody 100,000 Reichsmarks, you'd owe them back 110 or 120, and that number didn't change.
Well, you
Like,
can't,
you
you
could
can't
charge-
give it to them because the Templars actually started that
The
loan
banking system.
system. They took it over.
And in some way, the Templars was no better than the fucking Jewish bakers in some way. I mean, they really wasn't. If you look back
No.
into it,
No, they were pretty gnarly about their banking
Yeah.
system. I mean,
Yeah.
it on the surface, like if we're talking about lies, on the surface it looks great because it was like, hey, deposit your money for your pilgrimage, and then when you go somewhere, you have your writ, and then you could take out money from wherever you needed to. Originally, that was the original plan, and then they're like, hey, we can start getting extra money for this,
No.
and they went from there.
I mean, that's why the Templars were kicked out of fucking a lot of places, just like the Jews was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's-
Turns out that people don't enjoy being made into debt slaves.
Gee, I wonder why.
I don't know, because of that whole slavery aspect of it.
Yeah,
They love it,
yeah.
they just don't know it.
Well,
They have
back
to be
then,
forced to understand it.
Huh?
but
I said they love it, they just don't know it, and they got to be shown that, force them to love it, and then they'll eventually love it.
It's like the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Yes.
Yep.
Basically.
The beatings will continue until the truth is revealed.
And that's coming out too.
Well, that's
Yeah,
coming out
they-
slowly. People are tiring of this whole thing pretty fucking quick. I never thought I'd see the day that I see what I see being put out on social media. Like that shit would have been banned 8 years ago.
well, here's one about they're talking about Patton, right?
Patton.
Uh-huh.
We defeated the wrong enemy, General Patton. This quote is often interpreted as, wow, Patton knew how bad the Soviets were and could foresee the Cold War. You have often seen this
Partially.
interpretation on social media. This is definitely incomplete information. Yes, he was hostile to the Soviets. But what he meant by this sentence needs to be explained with documents. I think this quote from Patton should be put next to some other quotes from Patton from the same period. Let me introduce you to some other Patton quotes, which may clarify the context of this sentence. Harrison and his ilk believe that the displaced person is a human being, which he is not, and this applies particularly to Jews who are lower than animals. You may also know that when the US liberated some camps, they continued to keep Jews under armed guard, Some people blame Eisenhower for that. But guess who was in charge of the American Jewish camps and wrote in his diary? If the Jews were not kept under guard, they would not stay in the camps, would spread over the country like locusts, and would eventually have to be rounded up after quite a few of them had been shot, and quite a few Germans murdered and pillaged. Wait, there's one more. This is from a letter Patton wrote to Lieutenant Colonel Charles R. Codman on October 4th, 1945, just a few days before Eisenhower relieved Patton of command of the Third Army. So far as the Jews are concerned, they do not want to live to be placed in comfortable buildings. They actually prefer to live as many to a room as possible. They have no conception of sanitation, hygiene, or decency, and are, as you know, the same subhuman type that we saw in the internment camps. Of course, he also refers to the press in the United States, which wrote about his attacks on soldiers and other minor incidents as the non-Aryan press, and refers to the Soviets as the degenerate descendants of Genghis Khan. Patton was a man of war. He saw his German opponents as men fighting for their country and doing their duty. In contrast, he saw the Soviet Union as a subhuman collection of uncouth, uncultured, dishonorable, and classless drunks, which was essentially Hitler's view of the people of the Soviet Union. Patton himself was a fierce anti-Jew and opposed the blaming of the Nuremberg trials on the Germans by vengeful Jewish conspirators. If Patton had a choice, he would have fought for or with Nazi Germany against the Jews. There's no doubt about that.
Don't have a speaker.
Those little speakers.
Well,
You need to use that speaker anyway.
that sounds about right as far as what he would have thought about it. Yeah.
I'm
Well-
not in the mood right now. Not in
And
the
the
mood.
reason why people forget this, so one of the reasons why Hitler invaded Poland was the fact that Poland used to be part of Germany at one point. They just
Yeah.
wanted that land back, and Russia wanted that land at the same time. Soviet Union did.
Well, I think it was it Danzig? Was that the part of Poland that had been given to Poland after World War One that used to be Germany? And that was a place with a lot of German people, and the Polish would persecute them actually.
Yep.
So he didn't want Poland; he just wanted the Danzig area so he could, get it back to where it was supposed to be.
It's the same thing what Russia was doing with Ukraine. They wanted that part of that shit back.
Yeah, yeah. There's a part of the
Same
Ukraine
thing.
that was Russia.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shit, pretty much all of
Well, and the
Ukraine.
thing is, people
Yeah.
forget that back in 2014, the Ukrainians were fucking killing the Russians living there.
They were still doing it. They were killing the Russian Orthodoxy Christians
Exactly.
up
So,
in, I think, in the northern region of Donbass. That was like
Donbass,
the
yeah.
big push for Russia. Putin was going after the Donbass because they wanted to be back part of Russia, or the original USSR.
Yep. So I mean, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not necessarily pro Putin or pro Ukraine or whatever. But to sit there and pretend like this conflict just fucking came out of nowhere because Putin was being an asshole, man, please.
No, it didn't come out of anywhere.
No.
Oh, it's been brewing for a while.
Well, yeah. Well, and we were going to put medium range missiles there, man. That's just like the Cuban Missile Crisis all over again, except it's Russia's Cuban Missile Crisis. You want to put fucking ballistics on our border? Say what?
Well, we pissed off.
Expect them to just
We did.
answer that?
We're the ones that pissed off Russia because Russia Russia told NATO we do not want no NATO countries board us. Guess what we did?
Try to make it happen.
Yeah, we did actually.
Well,
Pissed
we
off
did
Russia.
because they caught the Obama era biolabs on the borderline in Ukraine and Russia.
So what's Russia going to do? Just sit there and take it? No.
No,
Monkeys.
not Putin.
No.
I mean, they really can't say anything about a NATO country on their border, but what they can say is the buildup on the border.
Well,
Yeah.
that was the treaty. That was when they would not let Russia in there, right? Russia said, okay, fine. But no NATO bordered us. Guess what? That was made under fucking Clinton and Bush right there. So we already violated that treaty. We did.
I'm
Yeah.
well aware, but it's not really their place to say who can and can't be in NATO either. You
No,
know?
but they laid those terms out too. Say, okay, fuck you there. But no shit on there. And everybody agreed to it at that time.
Keep the peace.
Yeah. That was the stupidest thing, not letting Russia into fucking NATO. Stupidest fucking thing ever.
Well, at the time they were Soviets, so we couldn't trust them.
No, that was when before. That was after the fall of the Soviet Union. After the fall.
Well, the thing is, the Soviet Union was the entire reason why NATO was formed to begin with. Without the Soviet Union there, we didn't even really need NATO anymore.
Well, actually, it's because of World War II, because they blamed it on Germany, not Russia, not Soviet, not Russia. You know, because after that fucking conflict, they thought they had to have all the European nations, America together, right? Yep. Well, we're the ones fucking funding all the bullshit, anyways.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, NATO hasn't been necessary for a very long time.
We should never been over there in Europe, in my opinion, right? Okay, the Japanese bombed us. Guess what? We kicked their ass, right? We should just focus on them. Let fucking Europe fucking focus. Let them fight Hitler all by themselves. Well,
They'd have lost.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
we
speaking
should've-
German, right?
if you join NATO, it should have been a temporary thing. You know, we should have joined it for the purpose of World War II instead of creating this monster of NATO and then fucking it being something that's nonstop. As far it should cease to exist when the need isn't there. And
Yep.
some people would say the need is always there. I say not even fucking close.
No, we haven't needed NATO since 1991.
Well, that's why we've been in fucking every major conflict around the world.
Shit, we
Since
didn't even need it in 91.
Oh, you know me. I play devil's advocate just a little bit.
I mean, because the Truman Doctrine got all that shit started right there. Made the military complex right there.
No.
And that's why we was in fucking Korea, Vietnam, blah, blah, blah. You know?
Yeah. Stuff
Just
we
like-
probably should have not been involved in.
Oh. I got, here's one with Mel Gibson's talking about how the Jews are, talking about the Jews too.
Oh, this guy's always a hoot.
I remember when that shit happened back in 04.
Time's running out. This is the real plan that's been running since the 1850s, and it's barreling toward World War III. Back then, they targeted two prizes: Palestine and Argentina. Palestine for control of the Middle East, Argentina, especially Patagonia, for a final refuge when the world burns. They took Palestine. Done. Now comes the Isaac Accords, Argentina's quiet surrender, turning it into an Israeli colony in all but name. Right now, they're burning Argentina down, wildfires everywhere, and buying the scorched land cheap. The tool, their fake NGO, that's Backpackers Without Borders, so-called backpackers, like with maps and cameras, supposedly mapping trails. In reality, they're intelligence operatives marking targets, befriending locals while they plan which part of the Patagonia to burn next. Why? Because the deal is sealed. Milei told Netanyahu, "Mi casa es su casa." If Nuremberg-style trials ever come for Israel, they've got their escape hatch here, just like the Nazis had in the 1940s. And the end game? Nuclear World War III. Fallout winds blow east-west across the northern hemisphere, Europe, America, Asia. Devastated. Patagonia sits at the bottom of the planet, next to Antarctica. You do the math. They've got more in common with the Nazis than anyone wants to believe. The perfect arc for the new empire, while the North chokes on ash. So, this is it. Spread the word before the fires reach you.
Jeez, man. What a mess. A huge mess.
Well, and the reason why the Jews are fucking the European Jews, why there's so many of them in fucking Palestine, Israel area, right? It's because that's where they were put before World War II.
Yeah, the Balfour Declaration.
Because they
that came from World War One.
Because Hitler goes, you can leave, but you're going to give all your assets to Germany, and then you can leave.
Yeah.
A lot of them did too.
Yeah, the whole genocide thing wasn't on the table.
No, and then they fucking actually took, people that were living there, the Arabs and all that shit, right? Guess what? They killed them. That's what they did. They took that land by force. Because Israel, people don't forget this. It's not an old country. It did not form until 1948.
And ironically, you want to know one of their first fighter airplanes was
what?
The Messerschmitt Bf 109.
Yeah.
True, look it up, dude.
Yep.
The ME 262 also.
Yep, German fighters.
And people forget the Rothschilds was funding both sides of the war, and he was a Jew too.
Of course, why would you fund only one side when you can fund both?
Yeah.
You're losing half the money if you don't fund both sides. That's just irresponsible.
Yeah, see, this one we're going to label anti-Semitic. I don't give a fuck. You know,
I'm okay with it.
The modern day Jews are not the chosen people. They never was, because in Israel, it's not allowed for anybody to take a DNA test, because they don't want to come out that they're all European descent. Right?
Yeah, they're Ashkenazis and Khazarians.
They don't want that.
They're Eastern European.
Like I've said before, I think they claim to be Jews. I think they're the Edomites from the Bible or some other, like the Amalekites. That's the only thing I can come up with, right? I think they are them.
Not the Amalekites. The Amalekites were wiped out.
It's one guy that was an Amalekite that was with King Saul, and King Saul didn't kill him when he was supposed to, and God took the crown from him and gave it to David. It's that guy. I forget his name.
A couple hundred years later, though, they did actually wipe them out. So the Amalekites, they did get wiped out. But Edomites,
well, there's also a crazy story that one of the they didn't wipe them all out. There were a couple guys that were left, and one of the guys that was left was a direct descendant of that guy that was killed by King Saul. Yeah. And he's one of the ones that claimed to be a Jew and made it so you couldn't say the name of God. The holy name thing, like that's why in the Bible it says the Lord. It says the Lord all the time instead of his name. It's because of that. They struck his name out 6,000 times in the Bible. That's what's crazy. So my thinking is, this is just me. I think these guys are not the real Israel like everyone's claiming, because they're probably not.
They're not.
They aren't. But because of what's all this stuff that's going on with all the anti-Israel, anti-Jew thing, I guarantee you it's going to be unfortunate, but this is going to happen where people start persecuting everyone that's a Jew, unfortunately. And they're going to cause all the Jewish people or whatever to move back to Israel. They're going to flee back to Israel, or that other place in the video. What was the other place in the video called? Patagonia?
Patagonia.
But I guarantee you, most likely they'll probably go to Israel.
You see, there's a real problem.
They ain't going there. They're going to New Jersey, man.
Huh?
New Jersey, yeah.
New Jersey.
You see,
Israel besides New Jersey?
Yeah. Did you guys watch?
They're flooding New Jersey right now.
Oh,
what's going on in New Jersey?
A lot of Jewish people are going there.
Oh, yeah, okay. You didn't see that clip of that video that Tyler Oliveira.
Like a conspicuously large number of them are going there.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen anything like that. I just saw the attack on Bahrain. I don't think anyone died when the missile went to the base.
It hit
a tower. It hit a tower, and I think
an empty warehouse on base. Empty warehouse.
Yeah,
the hit.
But it hit there. There's a drone that came in from Iran, and it crashed into a building, and it killed 3 people, 3 Americans.
3 Americans and 5 were injured. 3 dead, 5.
Yeah, it's on Yahoo News.
That's the report right now. Is 3 Americans and 5 injured, or at least 3 dead.
Sucks. Yeah, that sucks, man.
Which technically we should never fucking been with Israel anyways. Should never been. You know.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened, but it happened.
I was going to show you the short clip, this Tyler Oliveira clip right here. Oh, where are you at?
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't own this place. You don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
So Pat obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got like
public safety.
Yeah. I'd say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People trying to live a quiet life.
You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not to come back.
Amazing.
If you come back,
It would be a trespassing
charge.
charge.
So you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish community is
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's a long, like, it's like an hour long. I was watching some. I didn't get all the way through it, but the big
Yeah, I watched a bunch of it.
now that came out of Epstein's files was the Goyim or Goyism, which is looked at every other religion and people on the planet as basically it comes out to being like cattle. I mean, there's a lot of cattle, but you know.
Remember when I read the Behold a Pale Horse? It talked about the Goyim in there.
Yeah.
The
Bill
something
Cooper, yeah.
Elders of Zion or something like that. That little document in that book.
The Protocols of the
Goyims
Elders
were-
of Zion.
Yeah, that's what it.
Yeah. Well, and you get it gets a little religiously sticky here too.
Yes.
Because on the one hand, you do have a group of people that have more or less committed their entire existence to destroying the world as we know it. On the other hand, they are also human beings that need Christ to be saved, and you have to pray
Yes.
for them to do so.
It's the hardest thing to do. Pray for the enemies. Love your enemies. That's
You
the
know.
hardest thing to do.
Don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean I don't want them brought to justice and executed, because justice and forgiveness are two different things.
Yeah.
But
Like I want all these people brought to justice, but
you got to look
I
at it
don't
from
want
that
them-
angle
I
too.
don't want them to die and go to hell. I want them to repent and be forgiven and move on and not do those stupid things anymore. But yeah, you're going to have to pay the consequences for your freaking actions. That's going to happen.
And you know what?
Eventually.
I'm gonna say something right now that 15, 20 years ago would have felt like hot coals on my head. I know the feeling because I've heard it said before I believed otherwise, and it makes you uncomfortable as fuck. But you know what? They have absolutely got the Protestant church in America convinced that Israel is the Israel.
It's
It is not the Israel. When the covenant changed, when grace superseded the law, Israel became the Christian church. And that is a fact. It's not a piece of land in the Middle East. It's in the spirit of the people that follow Jesus. That is actually what Israel
And the
is.
church is the chosen people now.
That is correct. And it has been so since 0033 AD.
Yep, pretty much, yeah.
And
And
so-
whose land?
And you
and
know what?
whose
The modern
land?
Protestants are going to fucking get pissed here and that. But you know what? It is the absolute truth. And the quicker they realize that, the easier this whole thing's going to be.
Dude, that church is in a mess of its own because of the stupidity that it just caters to one sex only.
Well, then
That's
you got
why
the-
that church is destroyed and
When you got the
ineffective.
Schofield Bible, and the Schofield Bible, and you know that did not help either. That was a purely Zionist version of the Bible.
I've never gotten a Schofield one. The one I'm using right now is a life application one.
I just go with the King James. I find the these and the thous to be particularly descriptive, and I think once you get past the language, it's actually far more accurate.
That one.
Here's one of our senators talk about the number one reason why we support Israel right here.
Because they got dirt on everybody.
Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two,
Hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what, hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of
Genesis.
Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yet nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the
God's
descendants of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is.
And I'm really happy he said that, because when you hear it, you realize how ridiculous it sounds. Even if you're not following the theology, if you don't identify as a Christian, you realize that you have a senator that is sitting across saying that his number one reason, he didn't say one of the reasons, he said my number one reason that I support Israel is because the Bible commands me to do so. And just so you know, the Bible does not command, and this is what Tucker Carlson is getting to in that clip, it absolutely does not command you to support the modern state of Israel, like like Genesis is pointing to the modern 1948 created state of Israel, and you must support it, despite the fact that it is very much involved in what can only be described as demonic behavior since its creation, right? And so you're going to ignore every other biblical passage. You're going to misinterpret this one. It's a dispensationalist heresy, which was factually funded by the World Zionist Congress. And we can do another episode on that as I present to you guys all of the evidence that what it guides.
Yep.
I don't trust Candace. She's a Catholic. Move
No,
on.
but she's fucking. But no, what
Hey, so
Tucker was right.
Okay.
Tucker was right to fucking call
Yeah.
him out.
No, I mean, Tucker Carlson's right on that.
Yeah.
Did you watch the?
I would have said the same thing if I were Tucker Carlson and said, are they the same guys that are the sons of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Well, and
Are
guess
they
where?
related to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
And guess where? After the Jews left, fucking supposed chosen people, after they got kicked out of Egypt, right, like they did every place else, right? That land, that was Arab fucking land. Why do you think they've been fighting over that same piece of land for thousands of years?
Ooh, I got that queued up. Truman said
You know
the
what?
same thing.
Yeah.
Well,
So
the thing is,
technically-
the part of the Bible they take that excuse from, you must support Israel. It comes from a part of the Bible that has nothing to fucking do with Israel. It was when God was talking to Abraham himself and said, anybody who blesses you shall be blessed. Anyone who opposes you shall be cursed. He was talking about Abraham himself and his seed, right?
So when they're talking about Abraham's seed, they are talking about the descendants of Abraham that would be the nation of Israel, in a way. But
they're
that
not.
does not mean Israel will not be held accountable. They've been held accountable a lot. It's documented.
Yeah, but apparently never too much.
But
No,
that land where they ended up was Arab fucking land already fucking occupied. That's why that's why
Are
the
you talking
Muslims
about in the 1940s or in the ancient times?
ancient times. Why do you think they've been fighting since then? Why do you think they've built up structures, everything?
That was the
You know?
Canaanites. The Canaanites were out there.
But I'm saying that shit was not just given to them all magically. It was not had to be taken by forces. There's already people there.
Yes, there was. It was the Canaanites. The Canaanites also got killed off. They got killed off for a reason.
Yeah.
But still,
big important.
why do you
reason,
think? Why do you think the Muslims want that college back? What the fuck is it? They're in Israel.
Why you have to drop this off?
I'm
Where
sorry.
the mosque is at? Where the mosque is at? Little Tate.
Are you talking about the Dome on the Rock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was.
I mean, Iran just hit Jerusalem. They got one through, but it's nowhere near the Dome of the Rock.
Yeah, they ain't gonna hit through. They ain't gonna hit through all mosques.
Well, their own mosque is there. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not
They
going to
hit
hit it.
that.
That's so it gives
You know,
like
if
the
they bomb
perfect
that mosque,
shield.
then it means like they're giving up that land. If that's where the temple goes, that's where the third temple is going to be built.
Yeah, it was what we were
It will
talking
be.
about
Kind of
last
funny if it
night.
happens that way. It's ironic in a way.
Because they claim it. They claim it to be, at least they do. Like we were talking, they claim it to be where the Temple Mount is, and that's what the significance is. And it's like, why haven't you taken it back over yet? Like you've left it there for whatever reason, and don't touch it. And you're not allowed to go there because we walked right where the steps are to go up there, and it's guarded by fucking Arab police, not Israeli, not IDF.
You know what's weird? It's like you're talking about the Temple Mount, and I watched the podcast where there was this guy that said that Temple Mount that we think is a Temple Mount, that was like the 10th army or the 10th legion of Rome. And that was the Roman base. Like it would have been like Naval Station Everett, right? And that was that place. And then the actual place where the temple was somewhere else in the city of David in a different part of Jerusalem. Somewhere else.
Which is partially
I don't
true
know where that
because-
is, but they were pointing it out, but I've not been able to see it on a map and
Well,
say
the map's
where it's
there.
at.
It's inside Jerusalem. There's a small temple inside where the consecration stone's at, where they bathed Christ's body after they crucified him. And then just down the way is the cloister of Jesus, which makes it really weird that you have these artifact items in a country where you don't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, but they're
it's all
there.
there.
And then they show kind of a map inside that was painted back during the Roman time of the areas that Jesus like did his trials with carrying the cross. It wasn't as far as what movies depict it as. So it's very strange because technically, if you take, and they get a lot of money out of this, believe it or not, if you take an item from a shop that sold, like I got a crucifix, right? Had dirt, olive branch, whatever in it. If you place it on the consecration stone and pray to it, it technically by their laws becomes a holy relic. I've seen people bringing bags full of items to put on this rock to take home to sell online. It's like they will find a way to sell whatever they can to anybody. And just to go to Mick's side, you know, with the Protestant, the church, that's the items that are going out. It's all Christian iconography is what's going out, what people are selling. So it's like they keep feeding into the Christian church itself when they don't believe any of it at all.
They want the money.
Exactly. And it's lucrative.
Do you guys remember the Christian rock episode of South Park?
No, not off the top of my head.
So Cartman wanted to make a Christian rock band because he figured it would be, you could get a lot of money doing it because it's really popular. And I think Kyle's like, he's like, what are you talking about, fat ass? You don't even know anything about Christianity. And he goes, I know enough to exploit it.
Which is the sad truth, because
and that's kind of the prevailing attitude that you're talking about, is I know enough about it to exploit it.
Yeah,
you know why I think the exploitation comes? Because when Jesus said, be innocent as doves, they didn't hear the part where it's be wise as serpents, but innocent as doves.
Yeah. Focus on
That's
the
a
wise
big
part.
difference too. Huh?
I said, focus on the wise part.
Right.
Try to do both, really.
Just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you have to be a pacifist who's prone to getting swindled by grifters. I don't really think that's the image of the modern Christian that Jesus would want. I'm just saying.
No. Like,
they're the nicest, dumbest pushovers on earth. We love these guys.
I remember, dude, I got in an argument with people that I was going through the Chiefs season with, and they were reservists. And they were like talking about evolution. I was like, I don't believe in evolution. They're like, are you fucking stupid? I believe in evolution. One guy's like an electrical engineer with a degree. And I said, yeah, I don't believe in it. When did another fucking animal turn into something else, you fucking dumb fuck? And what did he say? Nothing. I said, how did the Bang Bang start? Who made the Big Bang? And what did he say? Nothing. And the girl that was there, I said, you two need to shut the fuck up if you don't know anything. And guess what? They never said another fucking word about it because I ripped them apart for it. Because if you're going to talk ignorant without fucking evidence or common sense, I'm going to rip you to shreds.
Well, technically,
and you know what? It wasn't nice for me to do it that way. It wasn't nice for me to do it that way. Just stop. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I'm actually getting fed up with that discussion. Because if you're going to sit there and talk about ripping me to shreds because I don't believe in what you believe in, then that conversation is going to go a whole different direction, because I can tell you, you have no proof. You can tell me I have no proof, and that's where it's going to end. I'm done with that conversation. That's why I was done with it the other night on the after hours. I was tired of listening to both of the arguments, and I was on Gilly's side. I'm getting tired of it. It's getting old.
One thing on the evolution, I will say, we know one set of humans that did mutate.
What?
We know one set of humans that did mutate. I can't say it.
They're kind of throwbacks, if you will.
You know?
No. Yeah. Going down that road, I don't want to go down it anymore. We can talk about the other shit with Iran and Pakistan and Afghanistan and all that without bringing in God and all that shit.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah. I would rather it be a productive talk over arguing about back and forth.
I mean, I still believe in de-evolution. Look at the hills have eyes, man. Look at that fucking inbred family. So you know evolution happens, just de-evolution happens.
Well, that's what it is. De-evolve, sure.
Look at birds. right? You say they come from dinosaurs, right? That's evolution. You can't deny evolution if you believe in that. Or dragons, same thing.
I believe in dragons. I don't believe in dinosaurs. And fucking man walk next to dinosaurs. That's what I believe.
Yeah.
I remember seeing the footprints
still a
in
form
Texas where they
of
remember in
evolution is
Texas.
what I'm saying.
I forget where it was in Texas where they had like a dude that was barefoot and dinosaur prints right next to it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's pretty crazy.
Hey man, fuck everybody. You know what I believe in too? I believe in Pickle from Baki. That's what human peak evolution is right there. We de-evolved. You never seen Baki? Baki Hanma? The series? Son of Ogre?
Shit.
No, sir. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You need to watch that because they thawed out a Neolithic man. They found him in the ice. Come to find out, he had been fighting dinosaurs and shit, which were larger animals, which made him a peak hunter. So when he got to humans of today, they're like weak ass fighters against him, and he has no thought because he's primitive.
Gotcha.
It's actually a pretty good TV show. It's pretty good manga.
Well, technically, that would be dinosaurs because they didn't coin dinosaurs until 1842. So that's still dragons.
Dragons and woolly mammoths, dude. Can you imagine fighting a woolly mammoth?
Did you hear about they're trying to clone those things? Or they already have?
They are.
They've already cloned dire wolves.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I saw one today. Those things are huge.
Well, we've already showed it on here before in past episodes that they've already cloned the meat for the woolly mammoth. They've already cloned it.
Yeah, they've already got it
They have
up.
a live one though, because I know every once in a while on the reels they'll have like it'll show like some weird animal like a mammoth, but it looks AI.
No, that was what they're saying from that episode out there in Siberia and all that shit. That was an elephant. What that was.
Let me see.
They've already debunked it.
Which
Well,
one are
they
you
say
talking
woolly
about?
mammoths. There's different ones from different regions too.
Yep.
So like different sizes and different all that.
Where were the
like,
biggest ones?
I don't know.
No one knows for
I'm
sure.
not
No one knows. Whether it be Asia, which would be all of fucking Russia and all that shit, right? 'Cause that's part of Asia, or North America. No one knows for sure.
Have they found mammoth bones in every continent?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Even Antarctica,
Yeah, that's
right?
where the idea of like
Antarctica too?
Pangea and stuff came from, and the
Yeah.
And because the whole landmass used to be connected at one point.
here you go.
Yeah.
I'll show you a clip of I will show the clip, but I'll just show the thumbnail of extinct animals they found in the ice so far. This just came up the other day. I watched this guy,
Cool.
the lazy detective.
Lazy detective.
So these are the ones they've actually found in ice that are extinct animals right now. So of course we know the woolly mammoth. There's bison in there, which we know about bison. All the wolves we're talking about. Can you imagine getting like a bigger fucking bear than what they are already?
Yeah.
How big was that bear supposed to be, bro?
I don't know. I gotta
pol-
listen to it. I mean, I don't know exactly.
Actually, that bear is supposed to be bigger than the polar bear because polar bear is the biggest bear on Earth right now.
Yeah.
But isn't the grizzly more dangerous than the polar, or are they kind of even?
No, the polar.
No, the polar's way more dangerous. The polar will actually fucking hunt your ass.
I mean, I don't think it really matters when it comes to bears. They're just all fucking dangerous. But the polar bear gets dangerous because it actively hunts humans.
Yeah.
And they're huge.
Yeah,
Yes.
they will go
They're 1,200 pounds.
past a fucking seal meal and go after a fucking Tate meal instead.
Yep.
And I'm not very big, so
Yep.
and they're getting healthier. They talked about the polar bears dying with climate change, and motherfuckers are breeding like crazy.
They're in the South Pole, right?
North.
North.
Or are they north? Okay, so the penguins are in the South.
Penguins
I
are in
think
the
they're
south.
both.
Polar bears are in the north.
Okay.
Yep.
I get that mixed up because there was this Far Side comic where it had like a polar bear, had a beak on like a penguin, and he's in this thing with all these penguins all around. And he's like, I hope I can pass or something. Or the penguins are like, I don't think this guy's a penguin or something like that. It was just one of them funny Far Side comics. If I can find it, I'll show you it. It's hilarious.
Oh, speaking of what Thumper was saying, you guys remember John Wick, right? Everybody's watched John Wick.
Well, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right. Remember there's the part where Winston's talking about, replacing the body before it even gets cold. They've already replaced the Ayatollah in fucking Iran already.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yep, Arif.
With who?
This dude right here.
Guy.
They've
I
already
guess he's
appointed him.
next, huh?
Oh yeah, he already got whacked, apparently.
Yeah.
This dude right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep taking him out.
Yeah, they got him.
Yep, they whacked him too.
But they keep
So
looking.
when did this guy get in charge of the country and they just killed him already?
Yesterday. Yesterday.
Oh, he
Yeah.
did the first one.
Yeah.
Wow.
It don't take us long.
Wow.
Yeah, because they got him listed right here. Kamani was the supreme leader. These were the guys that were hit first. It took out 40 people.
Uh-huh.
And then they keep going with it. You know, he was part of that crowd that led the Death to America and Death to England.
Man.
Well, and you seen all those fucking clips, right? Or video of the fucking people in Iran. They're taking bulldozers down with statues of the Ayatollah. They're taking them down in the streets.
They had one like that, but they said it was in Iraq. Is that true too?
Well, that's them trying to get into our embassy for some reason. People in
That
Iraq.
was Pakistan that happened too earlier today.
Okay.
9 people got killed and 25 injured, I think is what it was when I read it.
And now Trump has got the liberals fucking wanted like in Iran now.
Yeah, he knows how to
isn't
play
it
the
funny,
Uno
like-
reverse card.
Everything he does can be like a good thing, but they just oppose it because it's him. Like imagine he's like, "Hey, I found the cure for cancer, and you can live 500 years now with immortality almost," and they would complain about it.
Yeah.
I mean, people need to realize that this should have happened a long time ago. Really, it should have. You know, because Iran is.
1979. It should have happened in 1979, to be honest.
I know they've been a pain in their ass since the Ayatollah came in power in the 70s. They've been a pain in everyone's ass since then. You know.
Well, what I'm hoping for is they're able to get this done without damaging the infrastructure of Iran too badly. So, you know, the actual people themselves can get on and after all this without having too much of an interruption to their lives.
But the people, and just like the Iraqi people, that's why a lot of people say forever war, right? Because it's up to the people to fucking, once we do our job right, guess what? It's up to the people to fucking do their job and not put the same jackasses in power.
Correct.
You know?
Oh, yeah, after all this is over, it's on them. But
Yeah, but you
But
tend to
that's-
have the same fucking problem everywhere. It's like, look at New York, look at fucking California. I mean,
Ooh.
look at fucking
Seattle, Washington, Oregon.
look at the UK. I mean, the UK, they can't get away from their own people. France. I saw a parody today that said France already surrendered, but we don't even know to who yet.
Yeah.
Was it a meme with Macron on it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
waving a
It
white
said-
flag.
No, it had him like sitting down and he said, France, we're going to surrender to Iran or something like that.
Now, this
That's
one,
like,
when
well,
it,
that does sound-
well, I think the one he's talking about, he was holding a white flag. We surrendered.
really.
Yeah.
Well,
the
it, was
meme
like
on-
a fake, it was like a fake news report saying France has already surrendered, but they don't know to who yet.
see,
Was
the
it
meme
the
that I saw
Babylon
on this
Bee or
one
something like
was
that?
it was said
The Onion?
the only 2 Muslim countries that are opposing this strike are the UK and France.
And Democrats abroad in the United States.
Well, and fucking Iran done pissed off all their fucking neighbors because they was bombing them too. You know,
Yeah. You know, do you guys have insight on why they sent a bunch of missiles to all the other countries?
because where our bases are at, Rocky. That's
So the
why.
bases there, right? That's okay.
Because our bases. That's why. You know.
Bahrain, big one.
Bahrain
Well,
is the only one that I
Bah-
know of that's like a proper base.
Well,
and then-
no. You got the air base on Saudi Arabia, the Air Force base.
We got
That's
bases,
bigger-
that's
we
too.
got air base. We got bases in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai. We got them all over.
And
That one in
Bahrain,
Georgia.
Bahrain's a small base compared to the other ones.
I know. But I figured like the other bases were not like really military proper bases, or are they just
Oh, no, they
connected
are.
with other?
No,
They're like
They
our
are.
bases. Okay.
Yeah.
they just hit Bahrain, trying to, because that's where our ships dock at, right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know,
And luckily, it was an empty warehouse that they hit.
Yeah.
Because I thought they hit CENTCOM.
no,
Third
they
Fleet.
said they came out and said immediately empty warehouse
They're trying to. We're
Yeah.
trying to hit CENTCOM.
Yeah.
Okay.
because
Yeah,
they know.
CENTCOM's been sending out messages.
Yeah,
Like
because-
they're still evaluating over there.
Yeah.
They didn't get hit.
Because they knew they was gonna get hit. All the bases did. They knew they was gonna get hit somehow, one way or another.
Well, that's why there's an evacuation order.
Yeah, I'm glad.
And I knew
that-
exactly Friday night or Friday, right? When I see
Different. Every
the
time.
fucking Huckabee, dumbass Huckabee, right? Telling everybody, U.S. citizen in Israel and the region, get the fuck out. Now,
Yep.
I had a feeling that it was gonna happen soon. I didn't know it was gonna happen fucking Saturday morning, 1:00 in the morning.
Called it.
When I saw the text, it was like 10 o'clock in the morning last night. or
Yeah,
yesterday.
and I sent that text.
At like 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
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 I was like, what the heck happened? You said, well, boys, it looks like we're in war or something like that.
I said, well, boys, we hit Iran. Struck Iran.
Wait, I got it here. Hold on. It
Because
funny
I was
the
on
way-
because I was on Facebook. I was like, okay, we switch over to Fox News, right, real quick. And I was like, oh, damn, that's real. I was like, okay.
I called it on the podcast the night before that we were going to strike.
You
within
did.
24 to
You were
48 hours.
100% right, dude.
And after you said that too, when I looked at it, Gateway Pundit put it up too that all the indications shown a strike on Iran or going to war with Iran is what it said.
Okay, here it is. It says, well, boys, it started. We just attacked Iran. And that was at 3:30 in the morning yesterday.
Which would have been morning time for them.
Yeah, it would have been 10 o'clock in the morning, maybe.
Yeah.
I forget because it's winter time. It's not
10 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock, actually, I think,
something like that.
on it. But I said that, but yeah, that was Saturday morning, but that was after midnight on Friday. So, yeah.
And yeah, you did call it, Brett.
But I always said
I
this.
think I think that everyone had a sense that something was going to happen, though.
Well, we should fucking let fucking Iran take Israel out years ago, because the only reason Israel still stands is because of us. The money we pump into those motherfuckers. That's the
Right.
only reason. I mean, Israel's no good, and Iran's no good. Okay, let's tackle both at the same fucking time. Fuck Israel.
Well, the main reason why we like Israel there, right on the water, and it's the only non-Muslim country in that area.
Yeah,
That's
but
the only reason it's a gateway for us if we have to. And that's the only reason why we were keeping them. It's nothing, has nothing to do with anything else other than that.
well, but tell that to our fucking old fucking people in Congress and Senate, right there. No, fuck them motherfuckers. We don't need Israel. We don't need no other country, really.
I wish that was timestamped to see if I said it before they put that out.
I mean, it was it only says February 27th, 2026. When you were talking about it, I was like, I remember seeing it because I was like,
Yeah.
And they have a timestamp on that.
And they was saying and they was also saying too, Trump was waiting till after Olympics too. And they were right too on that shit.
yeah. Falls right into the Clintons' deposition for House oversight.
Right?
That's a distraction from that. Put it that way.
They dropped that shit right in the middle of that after everything started coming out about what was said. Like, when Bill said that Trump wasn't indicated
involved,
anything with Epstein involved at all. And then the media's like, oh man, like we got nothing we
Caught
can
with his
bash Trump
pants
on.
up.
But didn't CNN say like he wasn't the bad guy at all in
Yeah.
2006? He was the one that blew the whistle on those people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have
Even
you-
before that.
Have you guys seen the video, the recording of The View when I think it was Joy Behar and Goldie were, the whole time, they said, oh, release the Epstein files. Whoever's in it's 100% guilty, blah, blah, blah. And two of them are listed in the fucking Epstein files numerous times. And then they're like, well, the only reason why I'm not guilty, by the way, I didn't do anything. I'm only in there because, and it's like, now they're backtracking and saying that not everybody in the Epstein files is guilty.
It was Whoopi Goldberg. That's Whoopi.
And Whoopi Goldberg. Heidi showed me that. So Heidi showed me that little video from The View or whatever it was. I was like, she's like, this is hilarious. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's hilarious.
And even Bill Gates has come out and said, yeah, I was there. I fucked some Russian hookers.
I had an affair. Yep. Deny. And then the receipts came out and he's like, okay, I did it.
Did you see the joke that's the reason why he named Microsoft itself that way? Is having a micro penis and it's always soft.
Oh no.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, they started backtracking on all of this when it came out. Remember, Sonny Hostin's fucking husband was under investigation for medical fraud.
Yeah, I think he still is, or they already had that trial investigation.
But it flew out. It's under the radar now. It's been memory hold elsewhere, and everybody's still on the View, fucking clapping like seals. All those white liberal women.
Well,
we're good white people,
and a couple of fucking black bitches.
Yeah, and they got to diversify it a little bit.
Yep. DEI hires.
But yeah, they were trying to justify on why they were named in the fucking files, and we weren't guilty. Well, you were just saying everybody was guilty in that motherfucker, and now all of a sudden you're not guilty. Like, get out of here, you fucking.
Well, you seen who else was listed in there, right? 115 times.
Which one?
Ooh.
Britney Spears, but she was a victim of brain fucking like MK Ultra shit.
Why do you think she went
her head in, right? Back in what year was that?
Oh fuck, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Did you see that thing? Like there was a thing on Follow the Rabbit Hole or Going Down the Rabbit Hole. They said that Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears died in a car accident in 2001, and the people that responded to it said it was them, and they got fired.
It's like Avril Lavigne.
Like I don't remember that. Do you guys remember that thing?
The newest one with Jim. I don't remember either.
Yeah, the Jim
about
Carrey
them,
thing too.
But I do remember the Avril Lavigne one is like the biggest one, like as far as like somebody passing away and then having their backup for years covering it.
Well, I think they would say that same thing about Paul McCartney from the Beatles, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an old one.
That's like the oldest one that I know. That
goes into that where that album cover where everybody's wearing shoes, but he's not wearing shoes.
Yeah,
it's
Abbey Road.
It's Abbey Road.
Abbey Road.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember the name of it, but I just remember the album cover, them talking about that for him. And that was like their sign showing it that he was gone.
Part that goes in it.
Oh, let's see if I can find it.
So what do you think is going to happen next, boys?
Turkey.
Well, there is
Turkey. Yeah, I agree with Turkey because Turkey, we got a base in Turkey. Remember when Turkey shut off airspace a while back for?
Well, not just that, but Israel. Israel thinks that they're the second biggest threat to them.
Yeah.
Which is not widely known, but Israel believes Turkey is the next big Iran.
Yeah, because they already got a fight going on in Pakistan against Afghanistan, and they got India against fucking Pakistan.
More than anyone else. I would ask you that because you've been out there more than anyone else. Like, you think that's the next big threat to them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they perceive as a threat to them.
Okay.
So right now, the region, right, super unstable. You know what's crazy is you haven't heard from Georgia. You haven't heard from Georgia. You haven't heard from Jordan, Oman, Yemen, which Oman and Yemen, they're hotbeds for fucking terrorism. People don't realize how fucking packed full inside those borders it is for terrorism. But
yeah, we've been bombing the shit out of them for years with nobody talking about. Look, all the strikes that Obama did during his term.
Yep.
In Yemen.
But Israel's going to name Turkey as their next enemy. I'm telling you, that's a big thing.
Who do you think's after that?
After Turkey? Probably Pakistan.
Yeah, because they were talking about,
after
Tucker
that-
Carlson was talking about Israel teaming up with India, which we already know the Indian-Pakistan, conflict that's been going on since what, before the 80s? You know, when they made the movie Iron Eagle?
and Afghanistan that are all fighting, are they're all fighting each other, right? India,
Yeah,
Pakistan,
Pakistan and Afghanistan are going at it right now.
Pakistan and Afghanistan. Pakistan is saying Afghanistan is harboring TTP members. So they're going after them because Pakistan is saying TTP members are attacking Pakistan from Afghanistan. So they're launching rockets and missiles and shit into Afghanistan, knowing damn well there's no way they're going to win that fucking war against them. So what I see happening is either it's a total failure between the two countries and a breakdown and the war dissolved, or Pakistan, with their knee-jerk reaction, pushes a button and fucking nukes part of fucking Afghanistan.
Oh man, I hope not.
And that right there is worst case scenario because Pakistan has nukes. People forget.
Where is
Pakistan
Mohenjo-Daro though?
Huh?
Have you guys heard of Mohenjo-Daro? I think
Oh,
it's
that's
out there somewhere in Pakistan or Afghanistan. It's Mohenjo-Daro, and people went out there and they found radiation like a nuclear bomb went off there many years ago. Like we don't even know about it. Like we don't
Pakistan
know when
is a nuclear state. It wouldn't surprise me if they tested one.
Well, I think this was way older than what we all thought. Like this was a long time ago. Something happened. Almost like
You're talking
like the
ancient, a long
Vimanas
time ago?
from like the stories that India has about the weapons that they had and the Vimanas and all that other stuff. If you know about that,
yeah,
that's some crazy stuff right there. Like I'm wondering. I hope that doesn't happen. But man, you're probably right, and that probably will be how it dissolves there. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna fight each other till failure. And then who knows?
Well,
that's a possibility.
And in that war, honestly, I don't know who we would even take sides with because we don't like Pakistan because they're a terrorist state. We don't like Afghanistan because they're ran by the Taliban. It's a terrorist state. So now you have two terrorist states fighting each other. It's not good.
But at least they're fighting each other, not others, that we know of.
Well, here's the problem. If Pakistan falls, who does it go to? Whose hands does it fall into? Now you have a nuclear state that is in the air. You got to think about that.
Well, probably India, because India wants that land back.
And this is where Tucker Carlson gets into Israel being with India, because that puts them in favor with a nuclear power in states, like in their area.
And
relying on us.
It's been said that Israel hates America.
Yep.
And that we are their pawn.
Yep.
So therefore, if they get in good with India, who gets Pakistan with nukes, then they don't have to be as nice to us. Because right now, we're the ones standing behind the little brother. We're the big brother and scaring everybody because we have all the nukes. Think about it.
Well, and then it runs into munitions, because that was brought up too, that America can't sustain a long drawn out with Iran because there's not enough munitions from Ukraine. You know, even they're going to run out too. Israel's going to run out. Like everybody over there is going to start running out, except for Iran. They're not running out anytime soon, but we are. And that's the idea is like, hey, we've depleted America. We've already taken as much money as we can. everybody's waking up. This next generation, even our generation, is like, hey, we're done with you. So they're going to shift all of their friendships.
When did you guys start noticing this stuff?
Years ago, long time ago.
I honestly, I started noticing it about the beginning of 2024.
I know,
I went on Twitter and I saw these crazy videos about what we're all talking about right now, right? And this was way before all this other stuff happened that we're talking about right now. And I had never looked at it from that point of view before, right? I'd never heard that point of view. And when I heard that point of view where all these other people are saying, look, this country's not that good. They do bad things to each other. They really hurt each other. They really do damage to other people and just use them and throw them away. I was like, well, that's pretty messed up.
Well, I think a lot of it came from like when you seen Tucker Carlson and all these other higher news reporters actually going against that premise that we needed to be with Israel.
Well, you know, it was this channel on Twitter called Machiavelli. And
we know what he's famous for.
Yeah, but like this guy talks about like the stuff that we're talking about. He called it the great noticing, right? Like all these people, all of a sudden started noticing it. Like you may have noticed it a long time ago, and I'm sure you knew it a long time ago, right, Brett? Probably. Oh, yeah. I didn't know that part, but I didn't pay attention to things like that after whatever, because I had to focus on whatever. So when I finally got out and I was watching, I would be on Twitter and I'd see Machiavelli, it would just pop up, right? Because I didn't have any likes or anything. I was like, what the hell is this? And it was numerous one after numerous one, just like what Jay was showing, right? Earlier about Israel and the transgender thing and all that other stuff. And I was like, whoa. I didn't even know about this stuff.
Well, and here's the thing.
It was like the Last Crusade, where like you see Hitler burning books and it looks like they're burning Bibles and stuff like that. I didn't know they were burning that stuff. And that should have been told to us in history books.
But that's because everything, so not to bring it up because I did get on you guys about it, but the religious view of that side, you look at things as a religious view, not as a strategic view, right? So when you look at Israel, and you look at the history books, you're actually looking at it from a religious point of view of how it was built, who follows who does what, right? But when you actually step away from that and you look at it completely different, throw a religion to the side. And that's why I study religion, not just one religion, but as many as I can, because religion is tied to so many things in history.
It's tied to almost everything, bro. Almost everything's tied to it.
Yeah. So when you study it but don't practice it, it's easier to look at things differently and go, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And so when you can start questioning it, when you start questioning it and you start going to these places, right? Like I've been where Mesopotamia was, between the Tigris and Euphrates River, you know, in Iraq, where the cradle of civilization is supposed to be based on the book, right? And everything else. I've actually been to these places and I've seen these places and I've studied the different things and I've actually looked at it differently. Like I said, not in a religious aspect. I've looked at it as a strategic aspect. Like, why do we need Israel on our side? Because it's the only state.
I don't know why, to be honest.
Because it's the only state that gives us access. That's the thing. All the other states, they're on and off switches, right? One day they like us, the next time we're the fucking great evil white people. Mm-hmm. Israel is the only one that has never said, no, you can't come in.
That's because they want to suck us dry.
Because they are using us for their purposes, but we're using them also. Because Jordan and Georgia and Saudi Arabia and even the UAE, which Dubai owes us big time, because if you look at a picture of Dubai in the 90s versus Dubai now, completely different. And we're the ones that fucking paid for it. Mm-hmm. People don't realize that. And so...
Did you see the videos of all the missiles out there?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was like, you mentioned, I was like, I just saw those videos this morning. I was like, this is crazy, bro.
They can shut us off at any time. And they still might. So that's why we need Israel, because we need to get into that region and use it as a fucking bouncing off spot, because we can't always launch fighters from Saudi Arabia. You know, they might say, no, our airspace, you can't come in it.
Just
Well,
like
guess what?
just like Turkey did to us.
Yep. And see that there you go. That goes along with what I was just saying about Turkey and Israel. That's going to be the next big conflict because Turkey is the next big superpower in that area.
Could you see Iran teaming up with Turkey?
I could see it. I could also see China and Russia.
What about
helping.
Russia? Russia
Oh,
too?
yeah, they're gonna send them. You're gonna start seeing reports of Russian missiles and stuff being shipped. Oh, at 100%, absolutely.
Dude, I've heard of reports that Russia is sending missiles or China sending weapons to Cuba.
Yeah,
that was a while back.
Yeah,
like it's getting more known. I didn't hear about it till like this morning or yesterday.
Yeah, they actually wanted to get them to Venezuela.
Really, but we did the Venezuela thing.
They wanted Cuba and Venezuela, but they want South America because one, you got cover, you got places to hide. Two, you got resources, right? And it's different than other places. So Cuba's good and all, but you want a big mainland, so that way, if they are attacked, they have places to go and hide, and then attack from there. Because if you're on Cuba, I mean, let's be real, Cuba's not big. It would be easy
kind
to
of
wipe.
sitting duck.
It would be easy to wipe an army out in Cuba or missiles and all that. They want to get to fucking places like Colombia, Venezuela, even fucking Ecuador. You know, they look for unstable places that they can get a foothold in by throwing money at them because those places are so fucking poor that it's like
and control the regime, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they can control everything from overseas and then go from there. You know, that's why Turkey is important because it's right on the fucking sea as well. Israel
Well, that's
would love to take
Byzantium
out
right there. I mean, that's Byzantium.
Israel would love to take out Turkey because who does Turkey fall to? Good question, right? It's kind of up in the air because a lot of places, fucking Turkey wouldn't even stamp my passport next to an Iraqi tourist visa. They refused. They flipped the page. They turned all the way to the back of my fucking passport to stamp my passport because they didn't want to be near Iraq.
Really?
Yeah. I can show you. I've got an Iraqi visa and I got an Afghanistan visa for tourism.
If you show it, you're not going to get in trouble or it's not going to put you in a bad position, will it?
No.
He's already showed us on here once, Rocky.
Well, yeah, but that was an employment thing. That was something
No, I
different.
can show the passport. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to put you in a,
No, you can show what you're going to show, little Tate. I'm going to go get it.
I was following you with like when we were just talking about Cuba because right there, Trump's already talking about back on the 27th of February. Very well end up having a friendly takeover of Cuba.
Let's take over Cuba. Hell yeah, they got great food, beautiful river, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no more embargoes. Everything comes back.
Well, think about it. If we had Cuba, right, guess what? That's a lot of resources right there. They're 90 miles away from us. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
All right. So this is my passport. It's a regular passport, right? Not a diplomatic one. I don't have my diplomatic one. That one gets turned in. So this is an old passport. It's been punched. So this one's not used anymore. This is my Afghanistan visa. It's a tourist visa. This is not a diplomatic visa. This is going in on an actual commercial plane with other people landing at an international airport, getting into a vehicle and driving away. No checkpoints, no American military flights or anything. I was on a commercial flight. Okay. So then I have a bunch of UAE entries. I got Zurich, Switzerland. I got Bosnia,
How was that
Sarajevo.
place, by the way? How was Zurich? Was Zurich pretty cool?
Zurich was gorgeous. Yeah, I loved it. This is my Iraqi visa. Okay. This is a tourist visa. It's not diplomatic. I flew into Baghdad International. Flew into Baghdad International on a plane with other Iraqis and everybody else, just like you would into fucking Chicago, no big deal. So those are towards the front of my passport. Okay. Front of passport. Here's the first fucking visa I got is Dubai. Okay. And then my Afghan is right in the front. And then I got Dubai again. My Sarajevo. Okay, that's Bosnia. And then Zurich.
That's
entry,
so cool,
exit.
dude.
And then more UAE. And then my exit for Sarajevo. And then my Afghanistan. And then this is an extension. And then all the way in the back is my Turkey. So they didn't want to be near. I mean, they're on the very fucking last pages. So there's Turkey. That's the last 2 pages. And then that's the end of my passport. They went all the way to the back because they didn't want to be near Iraq. They didn't want to be near Afghanistan. So a lot of these fucking countries don't like Turkey. Turkey doesn't like a lot of other countries. So if Turkey falls, I think, this is what I think, Israel is looking for a second place, a second home. Because if they lose Israel, they could move.
That's why we already said they're looking at Argentina too, just like Nazi did.
Yeah. So. That's an interesting take, bro. That's a real interesting take because I don't think I'd ever see them trying to go to Turkey like that. With what we just saw for the Argentina thing, I don't know.
Well,
is Turkey part of the European Union or NATO?
What's that?
Turkey part of the European Union or NATO?
No,
they're still not allowed.
No, they're Muslim. They're 100% Muslim. They are not part of the EU.
Because I remember at one point, I think this may have been like 20 years ago, maybe back when we were way younger, that Turkey was trying to join the United Nations or something like that, or European Union.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
It didn't. I know it didn't happen. I was just like, I wonder if it did, because I know from what I know, it never happened.
No, but I mean, that to me, that would be the next best thing for Israel is to have a second backup plan. And they really just don't like them.
Now Turkey is in NATO, Rocky. That's that they are in NATO. Yes, NATO. They are.
But they're not.
Yes.
They're not in the EU.
No.
Well, except for the customs union. So I just looked it up.
Yeah, because they do something different for their customs that you have to be a part. Otherwise, they can't ship. They were doing that to the United States too.
That's the only reason they're part of that part right there. But the rest of the European Union, no, all that one.
So you guys could see Iran, Turkey, possibly China, and Russia teaming up to get Israel.
Yes.
What about other nations? What other nations do you think would go after them?
Every fucking body will go after Israel.
There isn't just a certain amount. It would be, you could get
a lot, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Israel has pissed off a lot of fucking countries.
You know, I didn't notice that until just like this past week.
Yeah.
Like, I know that like what I said, like, I think it was the beginning of 2024 or 2025 when I started seeing the Machiavelli stuff, and they called it the Great Noticing. And that's when I started talking about it to you guys, because I was like, hey guys, do you know about this stuff? Because I didn't know any of this stuff. It was just brand new to me. So I was like, okay, well, let's hear what they have to say, right? So that's why I wonder, like, they're going to turn everybody against them, aren't they? If they haven't already.
Well, this has been years ago, right? You know what? Every now and then they'll show those fucking, the news will, about, NATO or United Nations, not NATO, but United Nations talking, right? Well, even Iran and other countries said, the only reason you're still fucking as a country is because of the United States. They said that.
That's why they always call us the Great American Satan, huh?
One of the reasons.
Yeah.
Because
that's probably the biggest reason, I think. Right?
Well, that it also started when we fucking kicked Iraq's ass for invading fucking Kuwait and tried to take fucking Saudi Arabia too.
Well, actually, with Iran, it started with the Iraq-Iran war when we started supporting Iraq to kill Iranians. And they really didn't like that because that was in the 80s. That was the 10-year war between Iraq and Iran. And we supported Iraq.
I did forget about that one.
And then
did you hear that
the
Abraham Lincoln got hit by 4 missiles?
Huh?
The Abe got hit by 4 missiles. The Abraham Lincoln.
Is that confirmed?
I don't know.
I heard that they got shot at and it didn't hit them.
I don't know. I'm looking.
I haven't seen anything confirmed that they got hit.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Keep going, boys. Keep going.
I saw that they were targeted, but it didn't hit them.
That ain't good. That was my ship too.
Well, yeah.
Iranian forces target USS Abraham Lincoln and 3 tankers in the Straits of Hormuz. The IRGC announced that it targeted USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier with 4 cruise missiles, marking a significant escalation of tensions in Iran and the United States. The IGRC also said it struck 3 oil tankers in the Straits of Hormuz after the vessels allegedly failed to comply with warnings issued by Iranian forces. In addition, the IGRC reported that the 9th wave of Promise 4, I don't know what that is. You know what that is, boys?
It's one of their beliefs.
Okay. Do you know what it is?
CENTCOM is saying no. They're denied that they've been hit. CENTCOM is
okay.
Right now.
I don't think they actually hit them.
No, this says right here that they were targeted and all that, just like Tucker said. They were targeted, but they was not hit yet. That's as of right now. So that's what CENTCOM's saying right now. So
yeah,
dang man, that's like 2 places that I was stationed at that are now being affected. One being Bahrain and one being Lincoln.
Well, you know they're going to go after the carriers first when they do target.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're going to.
They have to because they can't find our subs.
No, but the thing is, our subs know where their fucking ships are at too. They do, guaranteed. You know, but
yeah,
I mean, but they forget too that the story of the carrier is not by itself. Put that on. You know.
Did you hear about the? Did you? What was that, Jay? It just happened.
It does that sometimes when I put my heads.
I guess it's a motion sensor thing. Did you guys hear about the 9 ships by Iran that got sunk? You heard, right, Brett?
Yeah.
Like they pretty much, what's it? Trump says U.S. sunk 9 Iranian naval ships and largely destroyed Iranian naval headquarters. Other than that, their navy is doing very well.
Yeah.
You know, I would be going after their army too right now. I would be no holds bar, no mercy.
Well,
if I was there, but I'm sure they're doing something.
The reason why we're not going after their army right now,
not yet,
is because historically, okay, look at the countries we've taken over or attacked. Right, their army has mostly given up. They throw their hands up. When we start to invade, they throw their hands up a lot of times, right? It's the insurgency that we have to worry about. And that's why we're not going after the army, because there needs to be rule and law in the country as we remove leaders. So the military will sit in and actually act as law, and you don't want to piss off. Like, look what we learned from Iraq. You go in and you take away the military, right? Now they have nothing to do. They have a sense of loss.
ISIS.
You know, they have a sense of loss. Yeah. They feel like they can't do anything, so therefore they turn into fucking insurgents. So therefore you leave the military intact. You take out your biggest threats, missile sites, and ships, right, and aircraft, and their radar systems. So you own the skies, you own the ocean, and owning those handles everything on land. And you just tell them, hey, we're only targeting the leadership. You guys stay where you are. Don't be aggressive. And you can rule. You can take over until you get a new president. So that's really what they're trying to do.
That's a way smarter tactic because of the bad stuff that happened, right? Because that happened in Afghanistan too, right?
Well,
and no,
because Afghanistan didn't really have a ruler.
Okay. I just remember there was a lot of chaos out there. I just remember there's always been a lot of chaos, bro.
Afghanistan, the only problem with the way it was being ran was it didn't have the leadership ever. It was all religious based and warmongering like locals. So you had different tribes, right? And different factions. And they were the ones that were in charge of their own people. But that's why it allowed Osama bin Laden to have a training facility. You know? If there was a governing government, like a body, that might not have happened. You know? That's the only difference.
Since you guys are talking about the army, that's what's up there. Like they're trying to demand Iranian forces surrender.
Yeah.
They're trying not to get them killed off. They're trying to get them to slow it down. And it goes to, you know, like we've talked about, we learned from the Iraq war, you know, when you put that power vacuum in place, everybody just like, oh,
yep.
And then you get the terrorist groups that were already there in place.
I love asking these questions because then you learn more. You know what I mean?
I mean, AQI has been there forever. Al Qaeda in Iraq. They've been there forever. I mean, it's just they couldn't have a fucking stronghold because of Saddam and his two sons, Uday and Qusay. Well, once you remove them, now AQI gets to stand up, and then AQI turns into ISIS. So, like, what the fuck? You know, you got Taliban, AQI, all meshing together, becoming ISIS, and now they're the biggest terrorism, you know, out there besides Hamas and Hezbollah.
Hey, man, it's another boogeyman that we can fire munitions at. The industrial war complex continues.
Right?
Just like Eisenhower said.
Didn't he warn us about that back in the
100% he did, and he was a fucking general.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think did I read that part from the book where he warned about that?
Yeah, there's clips of him talking about it.
Yeah,
Well,
and I think there was an excerpt in the Behold a Pale Horse book too.
Well, it didn't say Eisenhower, put it that way. It's just interpretation, which in a way kind of falls in line, right? But Eisenhower did say that in the state of the newspapers and all that.
Yeah.
Aware of the military industrial complex. Yeah.
Yes.
The
I think
war
that's where it
machine.
was like coined from.
Yeah,
See-
him. I think it was him, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was.
See, because that was after he took over Patton. Because remember, Patton, after he said that excerpt, right, about the Jews and Hitler, guess what? Not too long after that, he was killed in a car wreck.
I wish
Yep.
they would have showed that in the freaking movie,
Which movie?
the Patton movie.
They ain't gonna show his
Gonna
death.
show that.
No, that showed what he said. Because I remember in the movie, he's like, "We should be fighting the Russians." I remember.
They're not gonna say that, Rocky, in the movie, because guess who controls Hollywood? The Jews.
Yeah,
too.
I know.
Yep.
It's so.
That's they're not gonna say that, but he did that to newspapers. Quoted that to newspapers though. You know,
Imagine if people get mad enough they kick Hollywood out.
why
Tried
Hollywood's already being dead. Why do you think a lot of people move to Texas, fucking Georgia, to make the movies right there?
Like this is like another nail in the coffin to completely get rid of it.
I mean, they tried to look at Mel Gibson. They tried to fucking blackball him. Guess what? They didn't blackball shit. He made his own studio. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah, but that studio
Yeah,
fell
dude.
under a lot of heat because of that fucking producer they had
Yeah.
that was facing allegations. So you're like the Angel Network, and then you got a
Yep.
fucking pedophile in there.
But
Are you kidding, dude?
it's
No.
still, but he's still
No,
making movies though. Yeah.
Man. Like, really? Come on. These people.
God damn, are you that your head buried that much in the sand looking at news?
Dude, I have like stepped away from a lot of the news and everything because I just get angry. So to keep me from getting mad, I leave a lot of it alone.
I think you're going the wrong direction. You need to redirect that anger and not fucking get angry about it. Understand it.
That's why I'm staying away from it so that I don't get angry until I learn how to not be angry with all the stupid stuff that's going to affect me eventually. That's why I kind of leave it alone because I'm kind of like I want to have an opinion on these things, but like a lot of people say, I don't have a dog in the fight with this stuff.
No one does.
You know what I mean?
No one does. We're just reading what's out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this stuff to happen, but shit, dude, like I don't think anyone else wants to really deal with this crap, but it keeps happening. And now people are fed up.
I just want to go play.
Yeah.
I just want me a big titty bitch.
Like, I mean,
yes.
There's so many other things to do than just fight over land and all that other stupid crap. You know?
Speaking of Texas, did you guys see that Austin mass shooter?
Yeah. Property of Allah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't nothing to do with look at fucking how many Muslim shooters we've had in the past. You knew something like this was gonna happen.
Oh yeah,
You know?
there's gonna be way more retaliation too.
Because
either Muslim or trans, one of the two.
look how many people
went on there too.
Look how many people in the military are Muslim that are black. A lot of them are.
I want to see a fucking trans Muslim do a mass shooting now.
Oh, that would be okay. Now that would be hilarious.
You
That would.
will probably end up seeing that happen. But by the ridiculousness that we have seen now so far, you'll probably see that happen, and you're going to be like, "This can't be real. This can't be real. This is a joke, right? This is fake acting, or what? You know what I mean?"
Now, just remember, I called it.
Now the shooting. Would not.
I know.
Now the shooting.
That meme where it says, more active shooter, more shootings have been done by trans men than anyone else now.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, there's a definitely problem with that. We need to stop that stuff. The mental sickness thing is not going to help. We're in a war, and then we have a bunch of mentally ill people in the United States running around with nose rings on, causing havoc because I don't know why.
Let them run around. They're making fools of themselves. That's all they're doing. You know, they ain't nothing new for humanity. Humanity's been doing that for thousands of years. You know.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I mean, you look at the fucking Romans, right? Guess what? In a way, you can say they were fucking transvestites or transgenders, the way they dressed, wore makeup, and all that bullshit.
Hell yeah, them motherfuckers were all about sex slaves.
Yeah, but they had fucking awesome orgies.
But the men still wore makeup and all that shit, too, is what we're saying.
And then you got to remember how the actual dye purple was made. You know, you can't forget about that. Everybody wearing purple smelled like fucking piss.
Yeah.
Let's hear the story, Little Tate.
They literally take like shells, like where you see that purple line, that vein inside there. They'll crush it up and then they urinate into it, right? To start bringing that uric acid starts fucking melting away and pulling that color. At the same time, they start pulling that, they start putting the cloth in there, the material in it.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up, dude. Look how they made purple dye back in Roman times. You're gonna love it.
If an AI will find it quicker than you will be able to, I'm telling you. Fucking 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yeah. It's there.
I like AI, but there's just something about it that creeps me out.
And see, you know what? I can just say I'm just helping somebody dye their clothes when I piss on them. See, it's perfect. It works.
See? Hey, look, I helped you out, dude. Look at that.
I mean, like Gemini on AI, right? Guess what? It pulls sources like all of them do from everywhere, really fucking quick. You know, instead of you have to type it in Google, you just type it in AI, boom, 30 seconds, it's there. It's great for research. It's great for research. It really is.
I got a year's worth of Chat GPT for free.
What do you like better, that or Gemini?
So I got Chat GPT Plus for free. They gave us $30,000 worth of accounts while we were out in Washington, D.C. And it's cool because he actually, so the guy that works for OpenAI that they designed Chat GPT, he gave us a personalization like list, and you put that into your Chat GTP and then GPT and then hit send, and then you answer the questions one by one that it asks you, and it personalizes it to you.
Mm-hmm.
So what's really cool is we got the one that OpenAI designed, like for personalization. So it's like the best of the best that you can get for personalization. So like it knows I'm on Social Security and VA disability. It knows my aches and pains and all that. It knows my son's birthday. It knows how old he is. It knows all the stuff we like to do for fun and all the shit. And so anytime I ask it a question, it will tailor it to me personally. And as we go, it will constantly update, and you can tell it to remember something, and it will. So I gave it access to my calendar, my Google Calendar, and I asked, I can ask it to summarize my next week with appointments and stuff, and it will give me an entire summary and all that. So it's definitely pretty good because the Gemini hasn't done that for me yet. And I'm trying to get it to personalize, and it doesn't personalize like Chat GPT.
Do you think that eventually they're going to combine all the AIs into one?
I think they already are. You don't know it. You don't see it, and you don't know it, but they're intersecting in the internet at some point.
That's what I thought. But I wanted to, because I think it's already one little entity in itself, but it's spread out like little octopus arms.
Well, think about it. If you go to a gas station, right, and the cashier, this is how I kind of look at it. The cashier, you ask her a question, and she's like, I don't know. And then you leave, right? Then you go back the next day, and it's a different cashier, and you ask a question, and they answer you. You are more likely to return to that gas station when that one person is working that answered your question versus the one that doesn't, right? Because they helped you. So you have that connection, and you know that if you ask another question, they probably more than likely know the answer. So that's what all these different versions of AI is right now. They're the cashiers. And when you ask a question and it doesn't give you the right answer or give you an answer you like, you go to a different one and you look it up somewhere else, right? Then that one answers it right. And you're like, fuck yeah, I'm sticking with this one because it did me good. Well, in Chat GPT, you actually have, say, 15 cashiers. You can set it to where it answers you the way you want it to answer you. If you want it to be compassionate, if you want it to be direct, if you want it to be sassy, if you want it to be all the different personalities, you can actually set it. And then if you don't like the way it answers it, say, reword it, but say it differently this way. And it will. And then it will remember that. Yeah. And you can say, I like the way you answered it. Remember that. And it will. It'll remember the way it answered. Yep. And it will tailor its answers from that point on to the way you liked it.
Yep. Actually, you don't even have to tell it to like it like that. It will automatically do that.
Right.
Do you think it's
if you say remember that, it will automatically, it will remember it.
Do you think it's a good thing that it remembers everything and learns everything about you?
In a way, it can be.
That's what kind of like, I know that our information's already out there, but it's just like one more thing where they can even get it quicker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got a phone call, boys. If someone's calling me, I'm going to mute. I'll be right back.
That's like when I'm looking up recipes, right? It says, okay, this go great in your Hutsager smoker, right? This be great for freeze drying. You know, it'll say, you want me to come up with like a brand name, not a brand name, but a nutrition label for it or a big portion size, whatever, right? I never even tell it I had all that shit. It just knows it. Yep.
Yeah, and it knows like I'm single. So like when I ask it for a recipe, it says since you're cooking for yourself and your 14-year-old son, this is the recipe I recommend in the serving sizes, and it'll give you plenty of leftovers, even though you don't like leftovers. And I'm like, motherfucker, it learned that I don't like leftovers even. I'm like, what the fuck?
But people just need to stop worrying about the Terminator shit, right?
Yeah.
If you use it for research, it ain't harmful right there.
Well,
no, I don't think it won't turn into Terminator type shit. It'll be the surveillance state from like Minority Report. They've already put that out plans here. That I think that's where that people get that idea is when they're seeing actual technology being put in place, and it runs under the guise like the Patriot Act did, like, hey, we're going to search everybody's shit because we're looking for terrorists, and then they recycled it again. So it's like it just continues the surveillance state. I think that's part of that argument is what I would say.
My question to everybody that is worried about stuff like that, I always ask them, so how are you going to stop it then?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how are you?
And they're like, well, I can't. And I'm like, well, then what are you fucking worried about it for then? Because you not fucking looking up a recipe on AI is not going to stop a nuclear attack because AI decided to kill everybody.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry.
We
sorry,
get that
Brenda,
warning.
your bread. You not asking AI for a bread recipe is not going to keep fucking AI from killing us.
And we get that when you're saying research, we get that warning every fucking class, in your intro, like, yes, AI is great to use and we encourage you to use it, but don't plagiarize it because it pulls everything that it needs to and it doesn't have an author. So that's what they don't like about it, because you can get perfect answer. Like when you read back through it, it'll be a little bit fucked up. You know what I mean? The wording, like how you're saying, like how you want it to talk to you. It's a generalization, but the core of what you're writing is there. It's really there.
Yeah.
What's crazy is I had a professor from Georgetown, right? Ivy League.
Oh, Georgetown. Whoa.
But she admitted there is no program out there that can actually figure out if you used AI or not to do your paperwork. It can give them a percentage. It could say, yeah, it's probably 60% or whatever used AI, but they can't say that you 100% did. Therefore, you can't be in trouble if you use it. Because
I can tell you right now that Turnitin, right, is the program that Purdue uses.
That's
now,
the one they use.
When it flags it, it will flag it in other papers. So the paper that you're writing from, that this guy pulled it from, it flags that one. So it's like, well, I pulled it from this source. Why is it citing this source that it's wrong? So it's like saying that I was reading this one and didn't cite this one. So that's not even accurate either when you're going through plagiarism.
Nope. And Turnitin is what they use at Georgetown.
Yep. So everybody's been using it.
And it's like, okay, prove that I fucking did it, because you can't. And then you have that argument, and what's cool is you can tell AI, hey, write this paper like a freshman in college would write it with the words a freshman in college would use. And it will. And there's no way they can fucking tell that you used AI to write the paper.
No, that's why they put that warning out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was watching interesting AI. They framed, and here's the key thing. And like my brother will talk about it too. You have to keyword it in. It has its own parameters, right? It doesn't matter. It's still ran by a set of parameters. Skynet, they did that to Skynet. They said, hey, we want to put all defenses online, monetization. They told it what they wanted it to do, and it did that. So underlining, you still have to put input commands into it. You set its primary directives, just like RoboCop, same shit. And when you go through it, there was a study that these MIT students were doing, and they took a Minecraft server, right? And they put the parameters in like democracy, society, and the AI started building a functional society inside Minecraft. And what was interesting, they found that they were holding votes. These individuals in the game were holding votes to elect people and all of this shit. And they found this one dude, right? They had like a bank vault, right? It was a little chest. This guy made it his whole purpose was to guard this chest. That's all it did. It did not move from it. It patrolled. the entire time and didn't do any. But this was decisions that were made inside of it after it got its directives.
Isn't it so weird that it can do that? It's like I use AI all the time now, and I love
so
it.
You're saying it made a society in a simulation video game, and it operated better than we could do?
Yeah. Well, they didn't determine metrics of how better it was. They just determined through, they watched it evolve. They watched what the original parameter was. They didn't give it very much. They said, "Hey, do this. Hey, do that," and then they left it and let it go. Like we're saying, like Gilly said, with making a recipe, I want A, B, C, and it generates that. That's what this world was doing, and they just gave it a little bit, and then they went with it, and that's what it turned out to be. It was closed off. It didn't have any extra information from the World Wide Web or any of that information. It did it itself.
So I missed a couple minutes when you guys were talking about AI, because when I left, I was like, I don't know about AI. I like it to use it, but I just don't fully trust it.
Rocky, I was the same way.
I don't know what you guys said after that, huh?
Thumper was one that convinced me, right? He goes, "You got it on your fucking phone, on your Google phone, use it."
Yeah, Gemini's on there.
And I was like, no. Everything, the government already knows everything about us anyway. So
you buy a new TV. If you buy a new TV, it says 4K processor with AI.
Yeah.
It uses AI to actually work the processor inside your TV to optimize the way it scans and filters your picture to make it look better.
Same way with your laptops, your camera, all that shit. Your cell phone, everything
has AI in it now.
What are you talking about? Zoom has AI in it. It has AI in it.
Yeah. What do you think about when I put my hands up, every now and then you see me raise my hand, but it does all.
Gilly has his turned on,
We should all try it. Let's all try it and see what happens.
Well, you have to have it turned on. I thought I had mine turned off, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't. So
mine's turned off.
What is it?
Have you guys seen the new race suits for Bahrain in Formula One?
No. Let's see.
Bob suits.
Oh. Hey, did you guys see that video today? I saw a video today and it was screwed. It was messed up. It was a bunch of American soldiers working on a 155. And it blew up on them.
On a 155?
Yeah. It was I saw it and I was like, man, that sucks. Like everybody disintegrated. There was like 4 or 5 guys there, man. It was bad.
155s are no joke, man. They used to daisy chain those and deep bury them under the ground on our routes. They'll fucking launch your ass up in the fucking air. I can attest to that.
Wasn't that what they he disarmed in like the Hurt Locker?
Yeah.
Fucking on the street.
Yep.
I'm laughing because I can test that shit.
Okay, what happened, Brett? Let's hear this story. Was this when you were out in the Middle East?
Yeah,
drove over that, right? Is that what you drove over?
They had 155s underneath the fucking buried deep under the fucking street, and they had a fucking they had a trigger system to where they had a plate, right? Like it was far enough away where you run over the plate and there was a delay, and then it fucking detonated when your vehicle was over it. So that motherfucker, those 155s, they had a bunch of them daisy chained. So daisy chaining is like connecting each one in sequence, right? So there's literally like a millisecond delay between each explosion. Man. So it was like a really big explosion, and it would throw our asses through the fucking air in the fucking Humvee and just destroyed the shit. But like, they used to use them in V-beds too. So like when you had a V-bed, which is a vehicle-borne IED, you would watch cars on the road, right? You would see their ride height. And if they were fucking looked like they were weighted down, they probably had some fucking 155s in there, because 155s they're fairly heavy. And when you put them in a little shit box desert car, the little sand, camel jockeys drive, they fucking weight them way down so it looks like a little lowrider.
That term in forever, dude. I haven't heard that forever.
Camel jockeys? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like it's making me think of like the camel races in Bahrain and shit. Like if you've seen that.
But they would use 155s because that artillery, man, that's a no joke artillery, man. Those are fucking high explosives.
When you send me all those things on Instagram, I love what you send me because it sends like the craziest, coolest videos, bro. I love it. I love you for it, bro. I'm just saying, I love you for it because
it'll change it'll change your algorithm for sure.
no, like it's a mix between like conspiracy stuff and crazy sex funny stuff. Like it has like, if I was a tomato, would you still love me? And it's like a tomato and a zucchini, and the zucchini's humping the tomato like this. It's
right?
funny to me. But you know, it's like it's that, and then it's like it's just the military stuff. Like I don't know if I saw that 155 thing. I saw it on Instagram today. I was gonna send it to you guys. I was like, I don't know, man. This is pretty brutal. I mean, it makes you sick when you see those people die like that. It's like, man, that sucks. And then you find out they're American soldiers, dude.
Yeah. You gotta see the one I just sent you on Instagram just now.
Let me check it out.
Is that one with the little car that gets launched into the air? There was that short going around. Did you see that one before?
Which one was that?
So it was like a roadside IED, and it like launched this like small, like you said, the small little shitty ass like cars that they have, like just into the air.
Oh, dude, yeah. I mean, those motherfuckers it'll, especially if they're deep buried, because all the force pushes the ground up underneath you. So you go fucking flying, dude, with a vehicle. It fucking sucks.
Like the fastest object in fucking history with a fucking manhole cover and a nuclear bomb underneath it.
So how many of those 155s were in sequence when that happened to you, bro?
I don't know. I didn't get the particulars because I was knocked out. So I didn't come to until I was drugged probably 200 feet by somebody or two guys, because we were under fire too. So normally, typically what they do is they'll blow you up and then they'll fucking shoot at you as they try to rescue you. So they drugged me quite a ways. I had fucking bunch of fucking scrapes and shit from rocks and stuff from the ground just from being drugged. Because I was knocked out.
Did you hit your head real hard?
Oh yeah. Well,
that's where the thing comes from, then, right? That stuff.
No,
right there?
Actually, I was knocked out from the blast.
The shockwave blast.
Yeah, the over pressurization.
Yeah, but it would have shoved you into the roof of the car or something, right?
Well, technically, I was in my seat while we were going up. It's like an elevator, right? So, like when you're going up, it pulls you down because of gravity. But then when we landed, we rolled a couple times. So then I tumbled through inside. It was like a washing machine. But I was knocked out before that even happened. I don't even remember shit. Like, I don't even remember getting hit. I just know what I was told afterwards by two vehicles behind us. They were like, yeah, your vehicle went up about 7 feet in the air, and it went, 6 feet that way and landed and then rolled a couple times.
Were you in the Navy at this time, or was this when you were a contractor?
Navy.
Wow.
Yeah. And back then, if you didn't get penetrated by shrapnel or anything,
they use the word penetrate, right? I love our sexual innuendos. Brett, you weren't here the other day, but I was telling Gilly or somebody, I was like, we need to talk the whole episode in sexual innuendos and see if we can get it up. And like, it probably would be hilarious if you think about it. Like, if you want to try, go for it. It's pretty fun. We were also doing dad jokes too, which was pretty fun too. But go on with the story.
Back then, if you weren't penetrated by anything, you didn't get a fucking Purple Heart. They just because they didn't know about traumatic brain injuries. They weren't studying it at the time. So like,
you probably owed a Purple Heart or two.
Well, I mean, by instruction, yeah, but I'm not gonna deal with the shit. I don't want to fucking, it's like, whatever. It's done and over with.
Yeah,
it's in my record.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you didn't join the military for the fucking chest candy.
Now, and like I have all my fingers and toes, so other people don't. let them have the fucking Purple Heart, you know?
You know, when you look at the stuff that you went through, man, you're very fortunate.
Yeah.
In a way. What I mean by very fortunate, like, yeah, part of you's broken and you're still in one piece though.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that? I don't think he's all in one piece. Have you seen his brain lately?
I can still fuck. That's all I care about. I got my dick.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at least you have that right now.
just think, if it would have blew your dick off, then you would have been hung like a donkey. You could have got a fucking.
If I got my dick blown off, I would ask for a fucking Purple Heart.
No, I'm saying then they would put like a donkey dick on you, right?
I mean, like that motherfucker was huge, and now it's gone.
You know that happened to a guy. It was on one of the old TV shows that they did like a replacement. They took some of his abdomen muscle and they gave him like a balloon for his dick. What they found out when they inflated it up, it was too big. When they inflated it up, like he was using, he's like, it's just too big. I can't use it. He's like, women won't even come near me. And this wasn't a joke. Like this was, I think it was like Dr. Oz or some shit. So they had to go back in and trim the muscles down because his dick was too big.
Thumper was like the fucking that one night that was showing on the fucking new Games of Thrones, the 7-night realm, right? Like that old fucking night came out there, fucking dude. He had like a donkey dick. He did too, and it wasn't even hard. It was just like hanging. I'm like, damn, they gave him a donkey dick.
Dude, he ended up passing out when all the blood has to go down to it to get it hard.
Right?
You got to do extra hip thrust, man, to be able to get it to move.
I mean, no, this motherfucker was like more than a foot long. What it looked like. I'll tell you one thing: that they don't hold back on a nudity at all. They do not.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
Mick, what do you got down there? You've been awful quiet, brother.
Well, not much. Just looking for anything interesting, and I'm not really coming up with much.
On what subject were you looking at?
Huh?
I said I was just curious what subject. Like, what were you looking up? Like discussion point or
just anything?
Oh, besides talking about Thumper's dick if it got blown off.
Brett, what year was that? Was that like 2012 or 2010, 2006?
It was between the when I was on my deployment in 2006 to 2008.
Damn, dude.
Because I got blown up 7 times, so not all of them were one. In the Navy, yeah.
What about as a contractor?
I never really, that's the thing, is I never really got blown up as a contractor. I mean, I had like rockets and mortars and stuff land around me and shit, like really close, and had some close calls with IEDs, but most of the time it was like RPGs and shit. Nothing knocked me out. Nothing gave me a TBI. It was all
that stuff, duty. Right?
Yeah. Because we were easier to target, we were in fucking military vehicles,
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in a vehicle that got hit by an RPG in the Navy too, like that. I think you told us that story one time. Huh?
I think you told us that. Get stuck in the door.
No, that one blew up.
Okay.
No, that one blew up on impact. But
dang.
We were armored, so it didn't do too much. But it fucked it up a little bit. The door wouldn't open after that.
Yeah, the reactive armor they put on there.
Yeah. But it was all right. It was, I mean, fucking sucks getting blown up. Hurt your head.
Yeah, that's what everybody forgets about like tanks when they get hit by a round. It's like ringing a bell. Boom. Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, we're protected now. What's going on?
Yeah.
I got somebody exposing Erica Kirk.
Oh, God, dude. Did you watch all the episodes with Candace Owens?
Not yet. I'm going to.
Oh, apparently they froze her fucking assets right now, too.
Nice. These guys have been talking about it, right?
Wait, froze Candace's assets?
No, Erica Kirk's for
what
TPUSA.
Like they're okay. Well, let's hear this, and then I want to.
Was introduced to Charlie Kirk through Donald Trump. She had been procured for like Donald Trump's pageants. She won like Miss Arizona or something. She was literally like a registered actress and starred in a reality TV show, a romance one at that.
Yep.
He met her on a trip to Israel. Charlie met her on one of these wall humping trips. So the Israeli connections, and then JD
What was
Sharp
she doing
tells
in
me-
Israel?
Well, she was on a pilgrimage.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I just learned, JD Sharp, Jason Dick, the founder of Uncensored AI, just told me that her dad, Erica Kirk's dad, is one of the founders or creators of Raytheon Israel Ltd. Raytheon Israel creates the weapon systems and defense systems like the Iron Dome,
right,
and soaks up trillions of, collectively trillions of U.S. taxpayer dollars over the course of the last, however many decades, billions of dollars annually.
From what I understand, Erica Kirk's father formed Raytheon Israel's division and was the former chairperson / president. I believe he's retired now, but he was actively involved in that particular operation.
That's ridiculous.
All of these connections. They had the custody of Charlie Kirk's body in the custody of J.D. Vance aboard some private jet, going to God knows where. And within 24 hours, Erica Kirk is releasing this propaganda video of Charlie Kirk's hand and the rings and the I love you and the crying and the sobbing.
That young man. I forgive him.
She's solidifying the narrative that he's guilty. No matter what, about a court appearance, anything else, that resonated with every Christian because they're supposed to be forgiving.
Yeah.
And that just subliminally, subconsciously, or very overtly put, yep, he's guilty, he did it, he's responsible, but Erica forgives him, and now she's the champion of TPUSA to come rushing in, building all of these other extensions and satellite different clubs all over the place, while they then will be able to just solidify this Judeo-Christian alliance, and that Israel was great, and that Charlie loved the Jews, and all these things, while completely disregarding the 5 weeks, leading up to his death, where he began to actually ask about this and point out this occupation. Erica Kirk.
What's crazy is in the Senate building and the congressional buildings, right? Next to all the offices, only certain offices had Charlie Kirk's picture next to it with his birth date and death date. They actually had it on the wall. So the congressional and Senate buildings, they have their nameplate, right, with their credentials underneath it and what state. And then on the other side, it says, welcome, come on in, with the seal of the state that they represent, right? And then others, they have, they had like an easel set up with a placard on it. The placard was for all the brave souls who defended the Capitol during the insurrection, and it had all the names on it. They supported the heroes that protected the Capitol during the insurrection. Other places, other offices had pictures of Charlie Kirk with his, birth date and death date underneath. Not one place had his picture and that plaque at the same time. So the ones that have the plaque, you can kind of guess their party affiliation, because they said, oh, it's an insurrection. They were attacking us. These brave souls that protected us with the Capitol Police and all these other agencies and everything else. Thank you for doing it and all that. Then you also had the ones that had just the picture of Charlie Kirk. Two polar opposite, opposing sides when it comes to that. But it's crazy. Like I would have actually thought there would have been more Charlie Kirk pictures there, but there really wasn't. Only a few.
With what you saw, you could see like the complete division.
Oh yeah, when you walk the halls, you can definitely see it. Marionette Miller Meeks, Joni Ernst, they're military members, retired, lieutenant colonels. They have the American flag. When you're facing their door, on the left side of their door is the American flag. On the right side is the state flag, and then the POW flag. Right? Both of their offices have that. Others is just an American flag, state flag. That's it. No military flags or affiliations or anything like that. So they customize their doors when they take office. And that plaque is one of them for the insurrection. And then the others are, they put up like, I support the Major Richard Starr Act and all that to show their support of what they're supporting, major bills or whatever. They can put that up on the wall. But Charlie Kirk was at several offices. But, they don't, it's just a picture with the date. That's it.
No.
I mean, it's not like the asshat AOC's fucking door with all the Post-it notes on it.
Or
looks
Al
like
Green's.
a goddamn 5-year-old fucking bedroom, dude. Like
Al Green's too. Al Green's has a bunch of fucking notes all over it too.
That little tape. What was you saying about they froze Erica Kirk's fucking phones?
So I caught the article, but I didn't get a chance to save it. But there was something talking about they were going after finances, that she had with Turning Point USA, and they're looking at seizing it, but I can't find it now.
Which, I mean, because Charlie, he was not, they made him to be a psyop, what they did, right? Erica as his handler, right? Because he actually did believe in what he was saying, right? But a lot of this now is a psyop, really. That's what I look at it.
Well, and he's right, because he originally, there's a picture of him with, the Star of David, the flag of Israel. And slowly you could see the shift happening right before, he was assassinated, because he wanted on Patrick Bet Davis. And, that was that one clip that they keep showing. He's like, I don't know how I can word this. You know what I mean? Like he's conflicting because of what he's learning. And he was such a staunch Christian that now these ideas are conflicting, like Tucker Carlson saying, well, what is the nation? All of those things were starting to conflict with him.
Well, it was the October 7th thing, right? That he was talking about. I don't know all the particulars, but
yeah, the
October
attack and the
7th,
genocide. Yeah.
Yeah. Like anyone that has a freaking brain and a heart is going to be like, you don't just kill off a whole slew of people like that.
Bullshit.
You know what I mean?
What do you think World War II was about?
I know that, but he had trouble with it because he's like, look, he's probably like, I don't believe the same things these guys believe, but I don't want him to die.
And
why do you think?
Oh, go ahead, Gilly.
That's why he was fucking killed.
Yeah, I know.
I still don't believe that young man pulled that trigger. I do not.
I don't either, dude. Huh?
He was the patsy. He was the fucking patsy.
He didn't do it.
It was the Lee Harvey Oswald of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just it's when you see that video, because I remember seeing that video after he was killed a while. I was like, this is messed up, and everyone's pointing out this is why they killed him, and it does make sense.
I know Heavy Duty Country, they were trying to test the microphone exploding, or something near it, and hit him with that. I mean, remember I showed you the video of that little ass kill drone that they've been perfecting, that they've got drones as small as fucking bugs, man, that you wouldn't see coming through that flicker of television.
I think he was shot, but I don't think the kid did it. I think that the kid was paid to go up on that roof and then come down and then leave. I don't think the kid had any idea of what he was paid for.
Yeah. I think the shot came closer. It was closer what they say.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that I think it was definitely a fucking political hit, not a fucking belief hit.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they were getting so much money. And then when he denied that he was going to stop taking money from certain donors, right? Because this is influential. This isn't religious. This is influence that was being put out by somebody that was being picked up by a majority of people. And he's like, wait a minute, I'm going to stop taking this money because this propaganda isn't what I believe in anymore.
Well, it's like, you don't have to I never agreed with some things that Charlie Kirk said, right? But a lot of it I did. You don't even have to be religious to agree with some of the things they does say.
Right.
There's a
lot of it was basic.
Erica Kirk got $350,000 days before Charlie Kirk was murdered. And it was a secret transfer. Now There's also a rumor that says Charlie Kirk wrote Erica out of his will and only had his kids in, which makes sense. Which would make sense that if he wrote her out of the will, she gets $350,000 to have him killed to allow it to happen.
Yeah, because
if she was being written out of the will, she wasn't going to get any of that money. So she agreed to it happening. She agreed to play the grieving widow and take over Turning Point USA, which would then make her a lot more money.
Which is why she was outside with another friend. So she had an alibi to be with somebody else, which I know Candace talked a little bit about who she was with at the time that went down, because she was nowhere near it.
Right.
She was on travel.
350 basically was to buy her silence and to get her to go along with the plan. And then he was killed, and then she was named TPUSA CEO, which means more money in the long run than she would have ever gotten from his life insurance and will. So that's one of the things that they're talking about. And it was just the time to take him out because he was going against Israel. He was going against these big names that probably would have bled over into the Epstein files, and everything is connected. So it was time they lost control of him. And so they fucking took him out and then put her.
Believe it or not, Candace Owen does a pretty good tie-in with the people that Erica Kirk was associated with prior to like their family line, not so much just her, but the family itself going through. And that's what we've talked about many times. It's the families that are involved, the elite families. Yeah.
Her family's involved in the monetary system. Mm-hmm. That's why we went away from the gold standard and went for the U.S. currency, because of her family.
And now they're, saying Candace is nuts, right? Lost her mind, right?
I was gonna say, like they say she's freaking crazy and she's lost her mind and she's a witch or she's just insane or whatever.
That's another psyop right there.
Yeah, because they put the comparison down with all the tweets and all of these right wing or so-called conservative voices were parroting the same exact thing like they do on media. So all of these people are trying to say that she's crazy because of her conservative values from being a liberal. So they're trying to smash it just like the Democrats do with like Harry Sisson and those fuckers to parrot talking points.
I mean, is she going about it a little crazy? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She obviously does sound crazy. I mean, the way she's talking and the way she's saying it and presenting it, I think there could be a better way that she does it.
Well,
to where
you think she's presenting it that way because she's just so mad?
No, I think she presents it where people are really getting onto her. And I caught it watching this series. Like I wanted to see what she was saying. She's like, I'll produce the evidence. I'll produce the receipts, but then continues on with the story. And then you're not really seeing all of these receipts till later in her conversation. And then it has to build back to those receipts that she's talking about. It's so drawn out.
Yeah, she's all over.
Yeah, it's kind of like us with ADHD, where ours go all over the place.
And I mean, she is emotional, so that doesn't help either. Because
that's what I'm saying. Like
when you attack an issue with emotion, it's not as effective because you're not thinking as clear as you should. Therefore, she's doing what she's doing and bouncing kind of from one subject to another and missing the connecting points. So like when she talks about the receipts and she doesn't bring up the receipts for 45 minutes, after mentioning them, there's no connection there.
Yeah.
And people are storytellers, right? People are more receptive to a storyline where you have the problem, you have the connecting issues and the proof, and then the finalization of what happened, right? She's not telling the story correctly.
Yeah, that's
what's leading her to be like looked at as completely uncredible.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're building holes in it. Yeah.
I haven't really watched it. Like Heidi watches a couple of them, but I really don't because I'm staying away from a lot of stuff. And
it's the first time I really watched her like sit down and talk because I was really curious about what, because we'd all been hearing all these stories about, you know, Erica Kirk. And it was like, okay, well, what does Candace have? Because she broke the BLM scam, you know, with that documentary. And she was actually out at the houses and showing those receipts in real time, like Thumper saying, like, she was doing that. And then slowly she's gotten away from that style of reporting. And it's just become storytelling, like you're saying. It's very strange how she shifted, even being emotional. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, this is a couple years back when she exposed the BLM stuff, and that shit flew under the radar.
Yep.
Unless you were following a lot of that.
Is she, when you guys have watched her, is she talking in a certain rhythm and cadence?
No, she gets all over.
You know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Okay. Because
So-
I don't. Yeah. Okay.
So there is a. Hang on. So when I we had a guest speaker right out there. She worked for Fox News. Been with Fox News since the 90s. She's the chief correspondent for national security and everything else at the Pentagon now with Fox News. She was actually on last night on Fox News with everything going on. Her and another lady were talking about how to tell a story, right? And it's called, like, it's a story spine. It's called a story spine, and it's framework on how to tell a story, right? And a lot of people in Hollywood and the news and everything use this kind of, oh shit, I gotta take this call. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Okay.
No, I will watch that a little time. I haven't watched Candace Owens' new thing yet.
I'm looking it up, but I only see episode. Oh, what do they got on here? I mean, I'm not subscribed to her channel. They got 2 and 3, but I'm not seeing 1, which is the one I started with. And then I started watching episode 2 because they're talking about her mom, the last one, like Lori and all this other stuff of what Thumper's saying, her family going through there. But the first episode's exposing what you were just showing, Gilly, like her modeling career, where she's coming from, which are already known clips.
Yeah.
So,
but a lot of people don't even know that.
No.
You know,
That stuff kind of came out early, about maybe a couple weeks or a month after.
Yeah, but a lot of people, Rocky, they don't listen to that, or they don't want to believe it's true.
So here's what
when
Thumper's saying.
saw the whole scenario, when I saw that whole thing go down back in September, I was like, I said, honey, I told Heidi, I was like, I think she killed him. I think she had him killed.
That's always the wife. It's always the wife.
And the thing that made me think that was the hand thing.
Yep.
That video talked about the hand thing where she lays her hand on supposedly his dead hand. You know, I was like, that's too it's too fake and choreographed and too over the top in a way.
So here's
You know
the
what I mean?
beginning, like what Thumper's talking about. So listen to the way Candace frames already at the beginning.
All right, you guys, happy Friday. We are going on a journey. All right, a journey. So yesterday we told you that by all accounts, the voice that is in Erica's ear is Lori, her mother.
So that's the way she starts it off with, like, we're going on a journey.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is going to expose everything. But that's the way that she frames it. She's telling a story now. And that's where those receipts, where it gets muddled in. And that's what people are finding holes in it. I even found it when I was listening to it. I mean, they're like an hour long, but it's a lot of just saying
talking
shit.
with no
Don't
evidence
really,
or anything.
yeah. Just like the, old Bridget Macron, her getting sued for calling her a dude, and then all of this information starts coming out. Now, she was starting to show receipts on that because they were finding the boy and everything, and she started putting some together. And you're over the target when people start trying to sue you sometimes. So,
or call you crazy or anything, you know.
That's been proven, man. Look at insane asylums over the years, man. That's who they put political dissidents. And people that were telling you you're always crazy and they fucking threw you in the loony bin.
Yep.
You remember that movie that Mel Gibson did, Conspiracy Theory?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I still reference it now.
Yeah. Just what you said made me think about it.
Yeah, that's where it comes from. Is like they made him crazy, and then he says these things, and everybody takes him as fucking being crazy.
Yep. And just like if people watch this episode, we were talking about Jews, they're gonna say we're fucking crazy, which we probably are in a way, but anti-Semitic and all that bullshit, right?
Anti-Semitic.
With me and them, it's kind of like I don't think those guys are the real Israel, like the real physical genetic Israel.
Well, it's already been proven, Rocky, that they're not. They speak Yiddish. They speak Yiddish, which is in Europe, right there.
Everybody keeps on calling them that instead of saying, you guys are not that. Stop identifying yourselves as that because you're not that. Stop lying. I think that's what needs to happen. And then they need to be held accountable. Like,
they know they've been playing the victim the longest out of anybody. And they know how to play that just perfectly right there. They do.
I know. It's sad. It's sad that this. I don't know.
You know, we get mad at fucking black people sometimes with the race card, right? Okay. Then you got to be mad at the Jews too for doing the same bullshit right there.
Yeah, it's like everybody does the same crap, and it's like, when are people going to realize? No one's better than anyone else. We're all on even ground here. We all have to do better and improve and learn to live with each other.
Just like a boot camp. RDC has always said, we are all equally pieces of shit. No one's better than the other. We're all the same fucking scum.
I mean, if that was to be, that would have to be what the fix would be. It would have to be something like, guys, you gotta let go of the past and realize everybody did bad things to each other at one time or another. It's a fact. Nobody is innocent. Everybody's hurt somebody, screwed over somebody, done something bad to somebody else at one time or another. How about let's not do that to each other? How about that? Let's try that. And I just don't think anyone can try that.
Well, and I say fucking break out the real history, not the shit that they want us to fucking know. Lay it all out there. And let us decide.
Crazy.
Let us decide the good and bad.
Like, what would be crazy if like there was an earthquake, right? And it like opened up a vault that had all these ancient documents that told us the history. Or, like...
It was the library in Alexandria.
And that got burned. So.
Like that. Yeah.
Burned to the ground.
Yeah, I know. I wonder if those books got out of there before that.
If the Vatican has a secret thing, right?
I think that's where it's at, to be honest.
Who knows? That's speculation. So...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I imagine if something happened where there was like an earthquake or something like that, and it broke open this vault that no one knew about and had all these documents, ancient documents from like thousands and thousands of years ago. And then it gave you this narrative that, holy crap, we've been lied to the whole time. We have species amnesia kind of. We have forgotten so much. We don't know what's real and what's not because the stuff that we think is true is probably just a freaking lie. And
it is a lie.
Are you guys frozen? Or am I frozen?
No. Okay, you're not frozen. No.
So, I fantasize that in my head, but if something happened like that, how many people would actually believe it? How many people would actually hear what those documents or anything had to say? Or would they just form an opinion automatically and be like, well, I don't care? You know what I mean? So it makes me wonder, like, what is the fix to this crap?
Right.
Without a bunch of people dying. That's what I think about. Like, I think like if I was a world leader or whatever, I'd be trying to think about how do I fix this situation to make it stable and make people stop killing each other.
It's not gonna happen.
It's like Rocky.
I know you can't, but that's where my mindset's at, right? So
what is this? What is this communist fucking utopia bullshit? Because that's the way goddamn liberals sound. Far left. We're gonna take away everybody's guns. Nobody will kill each other.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, if you can't get along, then leave each other the hell alone.
Remember AOC said that. She's like, oh, if it's in a suburban area, nobody's gonna kill each other. And we can go to the sun when it gets dark out.
Yeah, she did say that. She actually did.
What I'm getting at is like, I understand what you're saying, and there's a lot of people that believe in that. The problem is that
I know it's not real. I know it's not real though. I know it's not ever going to happen. But I wish that enough people thought about it to try to make something like that happen.
Well, that's what you're hearing us talk about right now. A lot of people feel the same about all these wars and going to war for Israel because they're sucking everything dry out of the American people, the same way the rest of the countries are. That we've been so nice to placate to. It's like we've been trying to buy friends, and it's fucking stupid.
We never needed to do that.
That's why they brought us into World War I.
Yeah, and World War II.
We were nationalists and we're isolationists.
Yeah,
and then now they've turned nationalists.
I think that was the smartest.
Fucking, if you're a nationalist, it's like neo-Nazi type shit. Like that's how they're propaganda, all of that. Like you're a white Christian nationalist that gets tied to fucking neo-Nazis and shit.
Yep.
All perpetrated by Jews.
Yep.
That's where, because it came out of World War II and out of World War I.
Yep.
And the numbers, like you're saying, history, the numbers are lies about how many people were killed at Auschwitz.
Oh, I got one on that too.
What, on Auschwitz or?
This old lady was talking about this. She'll be pulled up here.
She one of the Holocaust
that was what you were talking about earlier, right?
No, she was jailed for calling it fake.
Oh yeah.
They get it here. Where the fuck's it at? I saved a lot of shit last night because, like I said, my
anti-Semitic is the only fucking like speech law that is charged in America.
Here you go, right here. Stop.
Beck, she's passed on.
She lived through that time period, and they kept putting her in fucking prison. People that weren't born yet putting her in prison for saying, no, the Holocaust didn't happen. She lived through it, and yet people that didn't live through it putting her in prison. How insane is that?
In Germany, nobody at the time knows where the 6 million Jews were killed by the Germans. They all know that this still is the most terrible crime that ever happened in history, done by the Germans. But if you have such a big crime and can't tell us where it happened, it doesn't have any place, then this can't be a real fact. Because every crime where you kill just one, but even 6 million, must have a place where it happened. But if you don't have an answer, my conclusion is that then the Holocaust didn't exist.
Boom, prison. It's the only history you're going to throw.
I remember that one.
They also, I got to know it too, they also put the German soldiers in camps and let them fucking die. That's the real genocide right there. I got one on that too.
German soldiers?
Yes.
Defectors and shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Where the fuck did they go?
I put Pol Pot and fucking Stalin above fucking Hitler for the amount of deaths of people.
Oh, here we
what
go.
What about
right
the
here.
guy in Russia that killed more?
Stalin.
Stalin.
Stalin,
There we
right?
go. Here's the real genocide, right?
Folks, I want to talk about this. So after the Second World War, there were 2 million German young boys, old men, POWs, and the Allies took them and stuck them out in the fields, and with barbed wire and fences. And the first thing they said was, we're not going to call them POWs, we're going to call them disarmed enemy forces. And the reason why they did that was because POWs have protection under the Geneva Convention. They are allowed food and shelter, medical access, protected from exposure. They have They should have the Red Cross should be able to check on them, and they've got legal protections. So they stopped calling them POWs and called them disarmed enemy forces. And they just stuck them out in the fields with no toilets, no sanitary conditions, no water, no food, no blankets, and 2 million white Christian men died in Western Europe at the hands of America, Britain, and France.
That's the little genocide right there.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks.
That's where they're getting that number from, Rocky. I'll guarantee it. I for sure, but I'll guarantee
I'm not disagreeing with you. This is the first time I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I never heard of that before.
Like they always say, the winners always write the history. Plain and simple. You know.
I just want to know what the truth is, dude.
Well, that's why people are starting to expose that shit, right? Because people do look into this shit too. You know.
Yeah, and
dig into it.
Yeah, but like I said, like when I told you about that channel, the Machiavelli one, the Great Noticing, that's when I started looking at it and like, what the hell's going on?
And if you
guys
notice
onto it before that, but
if
I was just like crazy.
But if you notice, they didn't call POWs because under Geneva Convention they were guaranteed certain things. That's why they said another thing right there.
Yeah, that's so messed up, dude. A play on words.
Shit. If you want books, Rocky, if you want like books on it, watch Mark Dice. Mark Dice will give you books that he reads that are pulled from Amazon that talks about these things. And a couple of them are written by previous practicing Jewish people. And they talk about this stuff. That's where he gets a lot of his information, is these other books that have alternate history that are written, and they're not sold on Amazon. Imagine that, because Amazon used to fucking sell books on how to be a pedophile, how to stalk kids and shit. Yes. Yes. My buddy showed me that shit. This was back in like 2013, but they were selling all kinds of shit like that. But they won't sell quote unquote anti-Semitic or white nationalist books.
Yep.
And you just heard him talk white Christian males.
Yep.
And it goes on and on with replacement theory that you can hear so much of that it'll make your ears bleed, dude. It's been talked about and it's been fucking proven time and time again already that we're already seeing. And everybody was called crazy. Remember, Tucker Carlson was crazy for bringing white replacement theory on Fox.
Yep.
Didn't he get fired for that?
I was part of it. Yeah.
Like I remember when he got removed.
Yeah, not tooting Tucker's horn, but you watch his stuff where he gets out of that. He's got some pretty good takes too, because he's reading some of the similar stuff.
Yep.
And like he asked that question, like Gilly showed, like, what is this? What are you claiming this to be? Where's your information? Tell me where it is. And then it just becomes, well, because I said so, basically, is what it boils down to.
And here's a Jewish scholar talks about Adolf Hitler and the Jews, right?
Yeah, that's part of those books that Mark Dice is talking about.
Yeah, right here.
What did he want from them? How did they bother him? But it's all written here in Mein Kampf. This book was published only recently. It just got approved to be translated to Hebrew. It was forbidden all these years. But there's an earlier translation. It was made by Yad Vashem. They were allowed to. Hitler claims in his book that the Jews are communists. They made the Russian Revolution. They killed their 30 million Russians, all the intelligent ones, in a cruel and horrific way. And that's their plan for the entire world. The next country in line is Germany. They founded the German communist and socialist parties, and it's true. If we don't defeat them now, they will eliminate us, and they will slaughter another 20 million, all the intelligent people. And that's how they want, from country to country. So eventually, the only intelligent ones remaining would be the Jews. And he repeats it many times. Make no mistake. And he is right. The Russian Revolution was made by the Jews. The Russian army was built by Trotsky, who was an incredible genius and anti-Semite like no other. He created the Jewish division of the Communist Party, which members inform on their father, mother, brother, and son, whoever owns a Siddur, or even a Hebrew learning book. I'm not even talking about Teflin or Mikvah. He destroyed everything, also by the Jews, but for sure by the Russians. In the first picture of the Russian government, out of 13 members, 6 were Jews. Who founded the KGB? Jews. So everything is clearly written. He didn't hate the Jews because they had pios. He didn't hate them for observing mitzvot because they are communists. And he writes it clearly. The Jews destroyed religion and faith. They spread in Germany the heresy in God. That's how he writes. I feel like the messenger of God to exterminate the Jews because they don't believe in him. He writes this right here. Now you understand why they don't teach it in schools? Because who writes the curriculum? Those same leftists. Of course they do not write that Hitler wanted to kill the Jews because they are the forefathers of the left and the forefathers of Marxism, communism, and Leninism. But that's what he writes. They destroyed all the values, poisoned literature and theater. Who did it? Torah-observant Jews poisoned the German theater? Out of 9 large German newspapers, 7 were owned by Jews. So do you understand why it's forbidden here to teach about him? And
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, dude. Like like
read all you got to do. What he's talking about is the Bolshevik
revolution, right?
The revolution is where communism came into fucking Russia. 1913, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, but Karl Marx, he wrote the Communist Manifesto, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? He's a fucking Jew too.
I know. I'm saying I know, and he's the one that wrote the manifesto.
Yes.
And I bet those guys wrote it for him and gave him the credit, probably. I don't know.
He would have been the face of it, put that way. Because Jews are smart. They stay in the background, right? They do. They stay in the background. Yep.
They learn well how to pull strings from the dark.
Yeah.
Like other.
I got into this with one of my cousins that lives out there in Oregon, right? Daniel, right? He's like, well, Jews are chosen people. I said, I just told him, I said, you just better look into that. That's all I said, right? Oh, I pissed him off, which I don't care. Because he's religious. He is religious like you, Rocky. He is. He's like, they're chosen. I said, no, you better look into it on all the Jews side.
In the way that they're chosen, they were chosen for, if you're talking religion, right, for the Messiah to come through them.
Yeah. But
that's it.
Yeah. But
and then their nation was supposed to be the nation that after the Tower of Babel brought all the other nations back to God proper in the Bible. And that's it. That's what their job was. They didn't do that. And then that, all this other crazy crap happened.
But now they lump all the Jews into no. They're bad.
I know.
The Jews are bad.
And I think what it is, it's a play on word and it's a manipulation to get people to not say the truth, because if the truth comes out and these people are unmasked finally for who they are and the whole world sees it, they're going to know these guys aren't Israel. We're doing all this stuff that we believe is right for a group of people that they're not really them, and they're just trying to hurt everybody.
Well, just like JFK, right? He's told Israel no on fucking nukes, right? I got one on that one too.
Do you? Let's check it out.
Well, let me pull it up here, goddammit.
I know.
I'm telling you, I say the lot of shit, so it may take me a little bit, but
no, dude, no problem
on this.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. Like
it came up at the perfect time that we're going to talk about today, right? Came up the perfect time.
Did you guys see that video? It was a guy. It was a black dude, and he was in a podcast, and he said, "I had AI translate Mein Kampf to English and read it out to me."
Yep.
And what he was saying kind of matches what that guy in that video was saying about Mein Kampf and what Hitler was writing about in it. And it's like, it's crazy that we're talking about Hitler like now. And it's been what? How many years? How many years since World War
Over 80 years.
Over 80 years. It's and now we're just learning about it, or it's coming to light.
Well, it's been known for a long time, but yeah, it's coming to light because the media apparatus, academia, all of that shit is crumbling and unable to hold up the veil anymore, the apocalypse.
Well, they lost their credibility, dude.
They did it to themselves.
Credibility. They did it. They did it by radicalizing a bunch of kids and then putting them in debt.
Hey, I think he said something about killing intelligent people, right?
Yeah, that's how they did it.
Here's the one about JFK.
Do you want to know the only American president who tried to stop Israel from acquiring a nuclear bomb? Take a wild guess. It was JFK. John F. Kennedy. Just 5 months before he was shot in the head in Dallas, Texas, he told the Israeli prime minister that he would not allow them to acquire a nuclear bomb and was demanding IAEA weapons inspections. And he knew they were giving America the runaround, and he was shot for it. And then Lyndon Johnson turned a blind eye and allowed them to nuclearize with their plant at Dimona. And they acquired the triggers from South Africa, and they stole the uranium from the United States, and they got the schematics from AQ Khan from Pakistan, who stole them from Germany, actually. And they built their nuclear bomb, triggering the arms race that actually led to 9/11 and then the Iraq War. And speaking of AIPAC, AIPAC is the money that pours into the United States government to make sure that every congressman supports foreign aid and supported the Iraq War and all these different things. Guess who was the last president who tried to force AIPAC to register as a foreign agent under FARA? Also JFK. It was also Jack Kennedy. He tried to force AIPAC, which was then called the American Jewish Committee, it was a subsidiary of the AJC, to register under FARA because they were getting Israeli money and influencing Congress. And when he was killed, Lyndon Johnson let the money flow, and they reorganized AIPAC as a separate entity, and now the money flows into our political system. Are you getting it yet? I
mean, that right there,
Plus, he wouldn't let the Cuban Missile Crisis go down.
Yeah.
The fucking Bay of Pigs was a flop by the CIA on top of it.
Yeah. And he told the CIA fucking no, too, on that one, too. But the CIA went against his wishes, even though he's commander-in-chief. That's why he was against the CIA. He did not like it. See, when
he was trying to dismantle it, too.
Yeah. Because he saw how they was as OSS in World War II. He knew what they was going to become if they would, got funded, really got funded. And he was correct on that one. That's why I said he's one of the last Democrats, great Democrat presidents that we've had right there. But
what happened, Jay?
I'll show the clip of JFK, right? How he stopped them. He didn't want them to have fucking nuclear weapons, right? Israel. But they still found a way to get the triggers from South Africa, the fucking plutonium from us, right? They stole it from us. They got schematics to build it from Pakistan, which Pakistan stole it from Germany.
When you hear that, what kind of movie does that sound like? We would see in Hollywood? Mission Impossible kind of shit.
Yeah, but there's other ones out there too. I can't think off the top of my head on that one.
Like just how they're like going and doing like a thing where they're taking information from all these places in a coordinated way. It's kind of like you're saying it like that, and I'm like, this sounds like Mission Impossible kind of stuff. I know it's probably not real, but that's what it sounds like to me.
Don't forget, I think when you asked Rocky earlier, like what brought my attention to Israel, I think truly I was thinking about it when Gilly just brought up the nuclear weapon stuff. During the Iraq war, fucking Bush would not give Israel cluster bombs. They would not give them cluster munitions because they knew they were going to kill innocent people.
Yep.
That's when I knew that like something was wrong with Israel. Long time ago during that, because how would you not sell munitions because you know that these people are going to commit genocide?
Yeah.
So if they knew that, do you think they kept them close because they're really enemies? Like keep your friends close, but your enemies closer?
I used to think it was we were keeping them for bulldogs. Like we were going to use them as a forward operating base. Like Thumper was saying, the only access we get. Yeah. And so we keep them close. We pay them money. We get access. It's like paying, to get access into a club, whatever. exclusive club. And then you pay for bottle service and shit, and you keep, taking all those cozy things and you give back. And then you keep certain weapons away from them because you already know how dirty they are.
That's crazy.
And you can look that shit up because Thumper's over there shaking his head
that needs to be brought up by the people that actually have voices that people listen to and say, what about this?
It was in mainstream media. That's how I seen it.
Yeah, but
it's not going to matter. You're not going to change it. That's the thing is the policies and the relationships are there between the governments, and you'll never change that. And there's a reason for it. And like I said, it's the only country that's right there on the water that we can get access through. We can launch from there. That's why all of our F-35s and 22s got taken over to Israel.
Not true, though. Huh? We got Jordan that we used a couple times.
But like I said, Jordan can shut that. They can turn that switch off. We can't go through there sometimes. Yeah. They've done it before. They've shut their airspace down. They won't let us operate out of there sometimes. That's why I said Israel is the only one that has never told us no. Out of all of those countries, Jordan and Georgia and all Saudi Arabia, they can control when and where we go. But Israel does not. They allow us to launch from there every time. And so that's why it's so important to have Israel on our side, because all the other countries could be like, fuck you. No, you can't launch from our country. You can't fly through our airspace. You can't do this. You can't do that. Israel has never said no because they don't want to piss us off, because if they piss us off, then they have nobody backing them, and they will be taken down within 2 to 3 days. They will be erased in 2 to 3 days.
What do you think the chances are that America is going to end up turning Iraq?
That's what? I'm sorry?
America's going to turn their back on Israel.
They won't.
America will turn its back, but the American government is what we're saying won't turn its back on them.
Yeah. Because you just heard
the only way I see America turning its back on Israel is depending on how this Iran thing goes. Because if we can establish a regime change that is favorable to the United States, that's actually more lucrative than having Israel on our side. Because Iran is a way bigger country. You can launch from multiple different places. They have good infrastructure, and it's easier to protect.
Too.
Huh?
Land too.
That's what he said. Size of country. Yeah.
The size, it's way bigger.
Yeah, it's huge.
You're not competing. You know what I mean? You're not competing for land. Yeah. And why would we want to operate out of a country that's constantly being attacked? Whereas if the Iran thing, if we can get the regime change we want, and we're welcomed into that country, why would we, why would we want to operate out of Israel?
And I think that we will, because you've already had the buildup of the protesters, and then you have the regime killing the protesters, which are innocent people that are causing the uprising. And they were asking for support from America, and it kind of stewed over. And now you're getting news reports of Iranian people in the U.S. and throughout that are applauding Trump, which is what I had texted.
I saw that this morning too.
They're garnering support from people abroad for what's happening.
So what you're going to see is somebody exiled. I can guarantee you. I have a feeling the next president of Iran will be somebody that's been exiled, and they come back and become the president, just like Karzai did of Afghanistan,
or Nelson Mandela.
A Nelson Mandela. That is a trait that we technically. It happens every time. Whenever we have a regime change, somebody that was exiled comes back into play. They become president. They are now friends with the United States because guess what? They are fucking happy. They get to go home. And they're going to do everything they can to help the people that made them go home or help them go home. And so that's why we do that kind of stuff. And once we've established that, we will have an air base. We will have a military port, a Navy port in Iran.
And it opens up the Strait of Hormuz, which is what we've been patrolling forever now to keep that open. And you open that up,
Because
that
of
trade.
the piracy, right? The piracy and all the other crap.
Yeah, we've been doing that for over 30, 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, but it makes complete sense. Like hearing what he's saying and hearing what Lil Tate's saying and all that, the two things coming together, it gives us a better picture, a common operating picture of what's going on.
And that leads credence to what Thumper was saying earlier. You got to take away the religious aspect at point and look at what people are actually doing. You know, their strategy that's being used, it's been done forever. And that's why we bring up like the Bolshevik Revolution, World War II, you know, all of that shit plays into where we're at now. And that shit's been going on for a long time, like way before that shit, you know.
Think about this. We take Iran, right? You now have a hammer over Pakistan because guess what? They share a fucking border.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? Right above Pakistan, what's there? Afghanistan. So you have Pakistan on the coastline, southern part of Iran. Right above them is Afghanistan. To the other side of Iran, you have Iraq. So now you have three countries. We don't care about Turkmenistan. We don't care. They're at the northern part of Iran.
Yeah, nobody cares about them.
They're not going to fucking do shit, right?
Nope.
Turkmenistan is not going to do anything.
Or like Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan isn't going to do shit. They're friendly. You know,
but then
Kuwait's friendly. So now
then you got to remember though, like they said, Truman said that he made the deal with the Arabs. And if we're doing the land grab, we're doing all the heavy lifting for Israel for the land grab. That's why Tucker was saying about India. If they become friends with India, that's the borderline between Pakistan. So it's like that. And then India borders China. So you've got these Eastern, like, you know, powers. I wouldn't say Eastern Europe, but, you know, China, those powers start working together. And then you got Russia on top of it. So you got this weird carve out of that area.
And think about it this way. If you control Iran, you control half of the Caspian Sea, the southern half of the Caspian Sea.
Yeah.
That's huge because guess what? A lot of trade goes through that Caspian Sea to the northern countries. You know,
and you also control their oil, which China buys oil from them, just like Venezuela too. We control everything.
You control 90% of the oil out of the Middle East because take into consideration you got Saudi Arabia right there on the Red Sea, which can come through to the Gulf of Aden and all that. You're going to get a small portion of that, right? But the Gulf states, right? The Gulf countries, Kuwait, Iraq, fucking Saudi Arabia on the eastern side. You got the UAE, Oman, fucking Afghanistan, Pakistan. I mean, you got a shit ton right there, and you control all of the fucking Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz. That's a fucking power play because India will go, oh, yes, what can I do for you?
Do you think the other countries would allow us to do that if we could? Like, I got a question. Like, I'm just thinking, like, do you think the other countries would think like that and try to stop us from doing that?
No.
No?
No, because here's the thing. Who controls the trade dollar?
We do.
OPEC.
We do, right? We do. And OPEC won't fucking exist when we take over the Gulf.
Yeah. Yeah, we can destroy OPEC.
OPEC is gone. If we take Iran, OPEC is gone. Because who undercuts OPEC? Iran.
We do. Oh, Iran does. Yeah, because they're selling their shit on the black market, shot at all that at a discounted price.
Exactly.
China and Russia is the one that benefits from Iran. So it's all it's an energy power play is what we're getting at.
So have you ever seen that video on Reels and Instagram and stuff where they're at like a MMA fight and the guy's in the background and he's like, grab him by the dick, give him the old dick twist. And the guy's like, oh my God, it's an MMA fight. That's what we're doing right now. We're grabbing the dick.
But it started with Venezuela. But it started when we did in Venezuela too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
China was buying oil from them on the black market too.
So was Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you control Iran, which is the country that undercuts OPEC the most and sells cheap ass oil and makes our prices go up, you take that off the fucking table, guess what? You have fucking full control and OPEC will dissolve because the person that's going to control and figure out how to manipulate the market is going to be us. And we're going to manipulate the market because we want our prices lower. And by us doing that, other places are going to be lower. I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a global gas price.
I was going to say, like, you'd have to get rid of the state gas tax to lower it.
Yeah.
Yeah. State, Little Tate's right. You got to get rid of the state gas tax. Every state has their own gas tax.
And it needs to be
around.
Yeah.
They're not obligated by supply and demand. The states aren't. That's what makes it hard for you to get like the real number. Like when Trump's saying these numbers, and it's like, well, that's in certain areas that lowered their gas tax. Some places they'll get it cheaper now, but then they'll go.
Yeah.
And well,
California
the way Iowa lowers our prices is we use ethanol.
Mm-hmm.
We mix it with ethanol, and that's because we're the number one state for ethanol. We actually have the largest ethanol concentration in the world.
Fucking burn that shit, man. It makes everything run shitty.
I know. I know.
Fucking gums up small engines.
15% ethanol is garbage. Yeah. There was one we have 88 here, which is 15% ethanol.
Oh, good God.
It's well, look at E85. E85 is 85% ethanol.
It's fucking terrible, dude.
And like here we got 89, right? Same thing.
Well,
now,
our 89 our 89 here is only 10%.
Yeah. See here, here and our 89 is 50%, right? But now when you get into like the 91s, 93s, right? 97s,
there's no
ethanol in those at all.
No, but yeah, Iran is playing. There's more to the Iran conflict than people are thinking. They're hearing, oh, they're close to a nuclear bomb. Okay, yeah, maybe.
They've been saying that for fucking 30 years.
But there's more to it. There's more to it. There's more about controlling and the undercut. There's more about controlling the narrative as far as how things are going to happen in the Middle East. Iran always, think about it, that is the Mecca for Shia. Iran is the Mecca for Shia.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Shia will go to Iran just like all Muslims go to Mecca. It's crazy.
Well, and also not outside of that, but this undercuts BRICS. This kills BRICS DOA now. It's completely dead now because Iran was the biggest one of that backer because of the oil between Russia and China and that. So that alternative,
how many
like you're
countries
saying,
were involved in BRICS again? I can't remember. Was it 10?
It was a handful. Yeah, it was a good handful.
It was like Iran, Pakistan, I think India, China, Russia. I want to say Venezuela was on that board too.
I think they were.
That's kind of
I don't
funny,
know.
huh?
Let's Google it really quick. It'll take us 5 seconds.
Lugal. I love it. Lugal.
I use it all the time, man.
I'm pretty sure Venezuela's on that board too.
Yeah, I mean, everyone right now is saying Trump's a warmonger. No, he's smarter than people think. He's doing this as a power play. That's what he's doing. Just like the %.
So it's 10 full members. It's actually Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Imagine South Africa. They destabilized it.
Yep.
Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia is like I was telling you guys, you got to watch Saudi.
Yep.
And then the UAE. So
So
those
it's
are the
Colombia,
10s
not
listed.
Venezuela.
Yeah. So I was thinking somewhere in South America, but it was Brazil vice Venezuela. If it was Venezuela, it'd make
Brazil.
more sense. It'd be perfect.
Yeah, Brazil. Sorry, but look at Brazil and Venezuela's relationship.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a far stretch.
No. No,
So-
and like I said, we took out Venezuela itself. So
Yeah.
with those countries listed, like I said, Saudi Arabia is a slick one, dude. You gotta really watch Saudi Arabia. And I know they were pissed at Israel because if you look back at September 11th, the number of Saudis that were part of that was them getting slammed from Israel, part of their smear campaign. And that's when all that shit, like Saudi Arabia's like, fuck you, motherfuckers.
They
We're
just
gonna go this
admitted
way.
they lied to us.
Yeah.
You know,
That wasn't
Saudi
until
Arabia
2016 that they started going after that shit.
Yeah. Saudi Arabia just admitted, yeah, we lied to you. Like, what the fuck, motherfuckers?
I remember reading a story that there was leaflets guys were finding. I couldn't find the article on it, but Saudi Arabia was dropping leaflets like against the U.S. Like they were doing propaganda about.
They were doing it
shortly
in
after that.
Syria. They were
Yeah.
doing it in fucking Syria.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
Which we already know propaganda works great because we used it dropping flyers. The Germans did it dropping flyers. Like that, those are all fucking psyop campaigns.
Yeah.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
done it. We've done it in every fucking war from World War II on up.
Remember
look at Vietnam. They had this gorgeous sounding woman on the radio talking about GIs and all this other. She was spreading Vietnamese propaganda during the Vietnam War against the United States.
And same way Japan had that the Rose
Fonda,
Lady.
right? Jane Fonda.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, not Jane Fonda. I'm talking like an actual
Vietnamese.
news person, like radio personality. Yeah, they got to Jane Fonda, but that's a whole nother thing, you know. But like they actually had English speaking radio stations giving out propaganda from the fucking North Vietnamese.
Well,
like,
yeah, they learned that from Tokyo Rose. From Tokyo Rose, they learned that from
Yeah.
Tokyo Rose.
yeah, they do all kinds of crazy shit, man. I mean,
Fucking Hanoi Jane.
psyops and military intelligence and everything. It's not hard. Like people think it's like this huge elaborate thing. There's a whole structure on it. It's written. You can read it. You can see how it's done. And guess what? Half the time you don't even know it's being done to you.
Fuck, dude, it's been going. It went back hundreds of years. Look at just the Crusades. If we're gonna talk about that, like propaganda on either side. Look at fucking Napoleon was another one I was seeing. Like as soon as his men seen him on the battlefield, they were ready to go, and that's been seen throughout history. And it's a propaganda like use, like you know,
It's
they
just
got
like interrogations. Interrogations, dude, it's a step-by-step thing. One of the best interrogators was a German. And guess what? After the war, he came and taught the fucking FBI and the fucking US government how to interrogate because he never committed a war crime. What's crazy is he was probably the nicest fucking guy you'll ever meet. He would take you for a walk, smoke a cigarette with you. He would get the information out of you without fucking hurting one fucking hair on your body.
By establishing rapport, right?
He could get the information so fucking easy. And people thought it was nuts. They thought he was a fucking witch because people would just open up and tell him things. And then after the war, they couldn't charge him with anything because he didn't do anything as far as war crime goes because all he did was talk to you and walk out, take you for a walk and smoke a cigarette.
And guess who taught the people in Nuremberg trials, right? Our psychologist, right? Was him. That taught how to talk to their fucking German leaders that they put on trial in Nuremberg. Right
hey,
there.
I remember a term that we use. Isn't that called like a honeypot?
Pretty much.
Honey trap.
Yeah.
Old Fang Fang for Eric Swallow, which is on the fucking Security Council.
Yep.
That shit's been going on for thousands of years too. Put a pretty lady in a tight dress, send her to the whorehouse, and here come the soldiers. Guess what? Tried and true method that's been going on for 1,000 years.
Yep.
It ain't nothing new, people. It's always there.
There is times to hurt somebody. There is times to scare them.
Time out. Remember old boy that had the guillotine, he had the traveling guillotine.
Yep.
They were using in Germany. He would go and fucking lop people's heads off for political prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had like 1,000 people under his belt, if I remember right. I can't remember the guy's name. I think they called him the Butcher. And
what's the guy's name that was the interrogator?
Oh fuck! What was his name?
That's a pretty interesting story. You know.
Fuck. Hang on. Let me look it up.
That's good. I mean, if you're able to talk to people and establish rapport like that and get information out of them that quick, that's pretty good.
Yep.
If I wonder if he used deception to do it, or if he was just that easy to talk to, huh?
He wouldn't lie or anything. He would just talk to them, and hang on. Hans Joachim Scharf.
Hans.
Hans. So he was known for his kindness approach, which was highly successful in obtaining information from American pilots. After the war, his methods were adopted by the U.S. military and the FBI. He later immigrated to the United States and became a noted mosaic artist. That's right, he was an artist too. And he decided to retire and be an artist. And some of his paintings are really good. So he used a non-confrontational approach, focusing on building rapport, treating prisoners as guests, taking walks, and feigning knowledge to get confirmation. Post-war role. The U.S. Air Force invited him to teach his methods to military personnel. And then the Scharf technique, which is his method, which emphasizes rapport, is still studied and used by the U.S. government today.
The reason I know that is because when I went through that school, they recommended a book called Instant Rapport.
Yeah.
I don't think they mentioned that guy's name in it, but when you talked about how he was easy to talk to and he could just connect like that, I'm like, he's able to do that because he established rapport.
So when you go through SEER C, SEER school, C level, which is instructor, you're taught that technique basically. It's called something different now, but that's the technique they teach you. And they teach it to you because if you get caught and you get captured, you have to understand what's being done to you, right? So when you go through SEER school, they do everything that they think you're going to encounter, pretty much up until death, before death. So they'll hurt you. They'll do all kinds of shit. They'll make you fucking suffer to push you to your breaking point. They find your breaking point. If you understand where your breaking point is, you have a better chance of survival, right? So if you don't know where your breaking point is and you get put in a situation, you have a better chance of either giving information that you shouldn't or a better chance of being killed. So once you understand your breaking point, then you can navigate that with your captors by basically counter interrogating or counter I don't want to say getting Stockholm syndrome, right? Because Stockholm syndrome is a whole different thing. But if you understand
trauma bonding,
no, it's not really trauma bonding. If you understand where your captors are coming from and you show some humanity towards that, that will prolong your life, right? And you can do that without selling out your country, without selling out your comrades and your mission. There is ways to do it. It's just being able to understand how to do it. So you learn these techniques when you go through, especially SEER C, because SEER C, you're an instructor at that point. Mm-hmm. Once you go through SEER C, you can teach other people. And so you have to go through that to understand it, to teach others. So that's where, like, that technique under interrogation, because that's part of SEER, right? It's surviving, evading, it's holding up against interrogation and torture and all this other
Survival, evading, resistance, escape, or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So once you understand it,
okay, we can do that. Okay.
now you can apply certain techniques for your survival and your treatment, right? So it's super important to understand how the human psyche works, especially under stress. SEER school is a whole different fucking ballgame. Like, I'm not going to go into super detail on it because of certain things, but SEER-C is the most strict school of the SEER schools, because you're going there to be an instructor basically, and it's the same level as the pilots and SF and all the special forces go through. So that one level it covers a wide spectrum of things, because pilots are going to be probably the number one person that's going to be captured, right? And then you have your SF and Delta and SEALs and Rangers and all those guys. They all go through SEER-C, right? And SEER-C is like I said, the most strict of the strict, and it's the fucking roughest one. The others are kind of kid glove SEER schools. And I say kid glove, but they're not really kid glove. But SEER-C has no gloves. That motherfucker will fuck you up. But
when did you go through that?
Understanding it, a while ago. I'm not going to throw out the year, but yeah, it was a while ago. It was.
Did they teach you that in the class, what you're talking about, or is this something you just picked up?
What?
How you're saying you need to know your limits so that you can do the best you can and not sell, or, you know.
They tell you everything. I mean, like, so when you go overseas, right? Depending on what operation and what you're doing, right? You have to have a level of expectation of being captured. It's just how it is. Even as a contractor, when I went through as a contractor, you had to have a level of, because think about it. When I went through as a contractor and I went overseas, that was 2012. They were putting fucking the Jordanians in cages and setting them on fire. They were also dropping those cages in water to drown them. They were doing all kinds of crazy shit, man. So you have to have a level of expectation that you're going to get captured. So you have to have that mindset. So what they want to do is they tell you, we're going to find your fucking breaking point. Whether you say we will or not is irrelevant. We're going to. And trust me, they fucking will. They found mine pretty fucking fast.
Okay.
That's
so when you found out your breaking point, how did that help you get through it?
So when you find
I don't
your
know if I'm
breaking
asking
point,
the right question, to be honest.
No, you are.
You know.
When you find your breaking point, so you can identify how you got there, right? So once you can identify that, then you can put things in place mentally and physically to combat that. So you can actually hold. So just because you in SEER school you find your breaking point here, doesn't mean you can't move your breaking point to up here, right?
Exactly.
Doesn't mean it's going to stay here all the time. Not here all the time. It's going to change. You can change your breaking point. It's just identifying what caused you to break, your reaction, and what you can do after the fact, right? So there's a lot to it. It's a whole psychological realm that.
Oh, I believe you, bro. I believe you.
It's 100%. Crazy.
Yeah. It's intense. I bet it's pretty intense.
It's not just intense mentally, but it's intense physically too. I mean, you're getting hurt. I mean, I remember a guy.
You're getting attacked from all sides, in other words, right?
Oh yeah, and by multiple people.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just one guy sitting across the table smoking a cigarette with a file in front of him. You know what I mean? It's not like what you see on TV.
Yeah.
I know. I can. There was an interrogation done in real life where there was a Google Maps picture used of a house of a family member of the detainee. And they said, hey, this is what we want to know. And if you don't tell us, this picture was literally just taken by an aircraft. What you're looking at can disappear in 30 seconds. All I got to do is hit the button on this radio and tell them to destroy it. What would you do as a prisoner? Would you give up information to keep that house, which has your family in it, intact? Or are you going to resist and hope that I'm bluffing?
Remember the movie The Recruit? They did that to him. He got.
I never saw that movie.
I think The Recruit's the closest of what Thumper's talking about, because at the end to get him to break, they took her jeans and like threw it at him and said she had pissed herself because they finally got the words out of her. And that was his breaking point, was he loved that chick so much that he couldn't see her being hurt. Like he's just saying, they showed that, like in that's how the CIA or the FBI does it. Like literally they didn't touch him. They just fucking threw shit at him. They did physical, but they really got him with the mental during that.
Yeah. I mean,
figured it's physical and then it goes into the mental, like deeper.
Your most effective is mental. It's emotional.
That's what I mean. Like that's what affects you the most.
Emotional is way more effective than physical. Yeah. Way more than physical. Physical, somebody's going to break really fast. They're going to give you info that might be 35 to 45% accurate because they just want you to stop, right? The thing about mental is once I stop hurting you physically, the pain typically goes away fairly fast, right? But if I fuck with you and I fuck with your head, you're going to stew on that for fucking days. I'm going to fuck you up so bad, you're not going to know what the fuck happened.
You mean this is like playing Metallica 24/7 with the lights on as loud as you can, like they did in Abu Ghraib?
What did they play? Enter Sandman all the time?
I think it was, yeah.
Mental,
it was just constantly really loud and the lights were on nonstop.
I like that song. So I don't know. I don't think I'd get sick of it that much.
After you're hearing it for 24 hours solid?
You would. Because you're not going to get to sleep. You're not going to get to sleep. You're going to be malnourished. Yeah. And you're going to have other things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
And then here's where it really gets you. The music stops.
And then it's quiet.
Why?
Just to mess with
you. And then you start hearing the music in your head. And then you start associating that music with things. And it's not even playing. And then guess what? You get to go home. And you're driving down the road. And that fucking song comes on the radio.
PTSD. Did that happen to you, Brett?
You can't
what was the song? What was the song? I'm just asking. I know
it's just like
I'm not serious.
Everybody hates that song, Baby Shark, right? Play that for people too. That'll drive them nuts too.
When you guys talk about that, I'm thinking of How I Met Your Mother and how the guys that take the road trip, they have I Will Walk 500 Miles and it just plays the whole time because they can't. That's what I'm thinking about. Like,
that's what he's talking, Rocky. That's what he's talking about right there.
Yeah, you gotta understand. You might like a song, but under stress,
it's going to change
you. What you hear is different than the song you hear, right? So, psyops, Sear School, all that, you can really fuck somebody up, and that is actually the hardest to recover from over time. Physical, you might have a scar for the rest of your life. And you see it every once in a while in the mirror. But I'm telling you, some of the psychological shit, just as simple as a song, right? Think about it. You're home. It's been a year and a half. You're driving, going to the mall with your family, and that song comes on. Like, that will fuck your world up instantly. Like, that is something that will stay with you for the rest of your life. You will hate that song. Anytime you hear it, it will be a trigger. You'll more than likely flip out or pull away. It'll cause drama in your life. You'll be alone and probably divorced. Your kids won't want anything to do with you. Like, seriously, think about the damage. It's long term. Emotional is way worse.
It sounds like PTSD. It sounds like PTSD, straight up.
It's more than PTSD. It's more than PTSD. It is, but it's more. Yeah.
It's all derived from the MK Ultra program. Like we said earlier, Britney Spears is in there 115 times, and they talk about them doing brain fucking things on her, and it's all emotional. Look how
she shaved her fucking head.
Yeah.
For a butt chick, she was still hot.
Crazy dance. The other day, like she was doing a crazy dance again.
And she was a Disney kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at all the Disney kids.
Timberlake and all them.
Yeah.
The connection between all those things just kind of like makes me sick to my stomach.
We were all part of it too.
Oh,
I know.
Speaking of Disney, so the interrogator I was talking about, Hans, guess who he ended up working for?
Walt Disney.
Walt Disney. He's the one that fucking designed the castle.
Yep. And guess where Walt Disney is originally from? Marceline, Missouri, before he moved out.
And he was anti-Semitic.
What did he get kicked out of the Marine Corps for? I don't know. I always heard he got kicked out of the Marine Corps. What did he get kicked out for?
I don't know. I didn't know he got kicked out. I thought he served his time and got out.
I think he served and he got kicked out. I mean, you know what? Let me verify and make sure. I don't know.
Give me a minute. I got it.
Oh, you're looking it up, Gilly?
I'm using AI.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
He was never in the Marines or any other branch.
Okay.
So
that's a lie that they made up about him then.
During World War I, Walt was only 16, was rejected by the Army and Navy for being underage.
Ooh.
He forged the birth year on his passport, changed from 1901 to 1900 to join the American Red Cross ambulance. He was a Red Cross. He spent about a year in France as an ambulance driver and chauffeur, but he was a civilian volunteer, not a soldier. Right there.
Good to know. Because I remember hearing that thing. I'm like, this guy was in the Marine Corps?
Well,
because
if you watched like the thing, like his channel did a whole thing on like how Disney World, Disneyland was built, right? I remember him saying, they're like, no, he was never in the Army or services, right? The branches, right? But that right there, this is why AI is good, Rocky, because it brings up everything within 30 seconds right there. Once you type in it searches, boom, it's done.
I know. It's just something about it for me. It's just kind of like,
well, you're like how I was. I was hesitant at first, but first time I used it, guess what?
Well, I've used it, right? But I don't use it all the time. Like I've used it a couple times and I've downloaded other apps, but I haven't used them because I'm not using them right now because I'm just not on my phone as much.
But it did say that what it says right here, since that you got the Navy background yourself, would you like me to find some specific unit patches or insignias Disney designed for Navy during World War II? He did help design stuff for the Navy.
Oh yeah, he did.
He was always patriotic. He always was.
But that's why he hired a German that did interrogations to paint and come up with the design of the castle.
Yeah, and then he got labeled anti-Semitic back then.
Yeah.
Project Paperclip, boys. Project Paperclip, probably.
But the Jews could not shut him down because guess what? You got Disneyland, started Disneyland, then Walt Disney, right? World, right? All that shit. Now he's in Europe and Japan and all that shit.
Yeah, it's all over.
Yeah, he's in Japan and France, I think.
See, Orlando almost never got Walt Disney World, right? They never did. He was looking at St. Louis for the longest time. For that.
What happened?
The weather.
The land was swampland and he got it cheap in Orlando. Yeah. That was the key thing. He was buying it under a surname, going through transactions.
Yep.
And they were buying it pennies on the acre.
Yeah.
And it was like he wanted to keep people away from it.
Yeah, where St. Louis wouldn't build to it at all.
Yeah.
He didn't want people to know what was going to be there until it was open.
Yep. That was the key thing.
Yeah, that was that. And then the weather too here in Missouri. At that time, it was a lot colder too. Where Orlando, it's nice and warm year round.
Yeah, he knew with California where he built at that it was building around it. And if you look at it now, Walt Disneyland's surrounded by fucking shithole, industrial fucking yard.
Anaheim piece of shit.
Yeah, when we rolled past it, I was like, this is fucking terrible. Because I've been to Walt Disney World as a kid all the time. And then you see Disneyland where it first was, and you're like, what the fuck is this?
And everyone thought that he was nuts for building there because there was nothing there when he built it. Yeah. There was nothing there, Disneyland.
They were pissed too because if they would have known who it was, it would have fucking upcharged that land price.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So he went through fucking investors and bought. They're like, who the fuck's buying all these thousands of acres of land? And then once it was purchased, it was like, oh, Disney.
Yep.
And look the powerhouse that it is now in Orlando.
Yep.
Yeah, it basically
who's the governor of Florida? They were trying to do something that Disneyland or Disney World didn't have to obey.
DeSantis.
I forget what the situation was. What was
LGBTQ?
He was taking away their tax privileges. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Their special fucking they have their own special thing, right? That they don't pay anything really to the state.
Mm-hmm.
They can do whatever the fuck they want to.
Yeah, it was all over that propaganda for LGBTQ. All that shit they were putting in. They're like, all right, we're fucking done.
Yeah.
We're gonna start taking your privileges away.
You're gonna start paying taxes and everything else.
Yeah. Yep.
Because they've been operating as their own entity separate from the state, and the state has literally not made any money off of actual Disney since it was built.
Yeah.
The only money they're making off of Disney is the residual stuff of people going out in town and buying stuff and all that.
Yeah.
Hotels and tourism stuff, right? But Disney itself, they're not making anything off of that. So he said, fuck you guys. If you're going to be that way, I'm taking those privileges and revoking them because I can do that as a governor, which he's right because it's his fucking state, and make them fucking pay. Because if you're going to be in the state, you're going to fucking pay. Period. Which I fully agree. And that whole woke thing started with Gina when she fucking got Gina Carano when she got fucking booted off the Mandalorian and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Yep. Now she's going to be fighting Ronda Rousey in the UFC.
No, I can't wait.
That'll be a good fight.
Fuck yeah. Well, man, Gina was awesome back in the day, but I think Ronda will beat her because Ronda's, I don't know. Ronda might not be in the right head, though.
But these fucking
see them both get naked. That's it.
Yeah, I want to see that part. Both get naked. These middle-aged bitches need to just fucking stay retired.
I mean, a fist can go somewhere, a foot can go somewhere. I'm okay with it. I'm there for it.
I mean, after Gina had her kid, man, her tits blew up, dude. She's got woo.
Now, Vic, since you watch UFC a lot, right, all the time, how do you feel about that fight, Vic?
Couldn't care less.
Is it like it's a scrimmage kind of thing, right? It's not like the championship thing.
It's a scrimmage. It's an expedition.
They're not fighting for a belt. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like Rocky 3 or whatever when Hulk Hogan fights Rocky and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this ain't that right there.
I know, but I mean,
both were champions. I mean, Ronda Rousey was, or not Ronda Rousey, but Gina was champion way back, dude. That's how I really got into UFC.
Well, and they were
watching her and shit.
Well, Ronda Rousey would not fight her either at a certain weight. Would not.
Back in the day, no.
Yeah, she would not.
Gina was a fucking lethal, dude. You know what makes her crazy though? Is she has like a master's in psychology. She literally beat your ass and has a master in psychology. She fuck with you.
She'll whisper some shit to you on the mat, and you'll be like, "What the fuck?" I'm telling you.
In the UFC world, she's the Dolph Lundgren of the acting world.
Didn't like Dolph have like 160 IQ or some shit?
Dude, he went to MIT. He's a chemist.
Doctor in physics or something like that.
He's like a chemist.
Yeah, that's what it is.
He's I will break you, and it's like, how's this dude like? Yeah, I'll break you. All right.
But in one of the episodes, I think it was Expendables 2, right?
Yeah.
They proved that. They showed that. He's like, well, you take this, we can blow our way out.
Well, it's like the dude off of The Hangover, the fucking Chong or whatever his name is.
Yep.
In real life, he's a fucking doctor, But he left being a doctor to be a fucking actor, and like, and he's jumping out of a fucking trunk naked and running around with his little schlong. He's a legitimate doctor, dude. Like an MD. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, he is Asian. Most of those Asians are doctors. Come on now. Here we go stereotyping people again.
Right. Remember, Asian people are grouped in with white people, so
now they are.
Really?
Yeah, they are. They've been grouping them in. That's why they had Stop Asian Hate, and then they started hating on the Asians and grouped them in with white people.
Right?
This is so stupid.
I'm not. I don't make the rules, man. I'm just telling you.
I know.
What said.
I know, but like when you find out like this is how stupid everything is. It's so stupid.
That's why I'm making the joke. We said stereotype, and they're with us now.
Yeah,
they're part of our demographic.
Yep.
I guess it's because
they ain't brown or yellow no more. They're white.
I guess it's because we're called Caucasians. I guess they thought, like Asian mixed with, Caucasian, the Caucasus Mountains.
Well, the Asian women do love American cocks. So.
That's not always true, though. That's not always true. Passport bros are finding that shit out. They're getting robbed just like anybody else.
Well, yeah, people's always getting robbed over there. You just got to find the right one. They gonna rob you.
Right. They want that green card, and they go over here and learn how to drive, and they're gone.
That's why you stay over there with them right there. Say, bitch.
Dude, Vietnam and them is pretty cheap right now. When we were talking about Vietnam earlier, with the propaganda, it's like now they're pro-American. And there's a lot of guys, expats that are over in Vietnam right now. I was watching videos on that.
I heard a crazy story about this girl is an expat in, I think, Vietnam, and she's been there for like 4, 5, 6 years or something like that. And she was trying to date people, and none of the guys that were expats from like Western countries would date her because they're all dating the Vietnamese women. And she said the Vietnamese women are stunning. Like they're stunningly beautiful.
Until a certain age.
Yes, I know.
They
I
hit
know
35 and they look like they're 65.
Yep.
Well, I know. I remember seeing that in Japan the first time I was there. I was like, how old is she? She's 42.
Yeah.
And she was 30, and she looked like this, but now she's, oh man. Yeah.
Well, it's like in Thailand. I was like, hey, Mama-san. I said, you and I. She goes, I'm retired. And she goes, no one ever hits on me. I'm like, hey, I like a little older, darling. So I told her too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what a lot of the guys are like, the expats are in that, like they're settling down. They're like, if you want to go on sex tirade, go to Thailand, go to the Philippines. You can go on that sexcapade all you want to, but if you want to settle down, go to Vietnam or some of those other areas and settle down. Even like Liberal Hive Mind that I listen to, he's married to a Vietnamese woman and he goes to Vietnam all the time. So it's like he's real conservative, and that's why he went over there. And he talks about that every once in a while, going to Vietnam and stuff. And I've watched the videos on those guys. The guys that really want to settle back down and get out of America and all the craziness, they go to Vietnam and shit.
Actually, Vietnam, I'd go there too, but actually,
well, it's modernized. Remember, like Singapore, it's the same way. Like it's really modernized. It's not this.
But actually, one of the places I go, most people don't talk about it, would be Italy too.
Yeah.
I mean, I met some beautiful fucking women in Italy. I did.
Italy's so fucking dirty because it's so old.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. I mean, or actually, people forget about this.
God damn it!
But a lot of people forget about this country too. Croatia too. They got some hot.
I love Croatia.
I do too.
Yeah, Croatia's pretty good.
But you got to be careful, Croatia, because their legal age over there is 14.
Same thing with Malta. Remember, there was people getting in trouble.
Legal age. Why do you got to be careful about legal age?
No, when he was in the military, you had to. When he was in the military, you had to.
Well, I would say from a moral standpoint is what people would be looking at.
I went as a contractor.
No, I'm saying, but I would in the Navy, right? Croatia, no, too, right?
No.
And this one guy.
Wait, Gilly, could you not drink in a country that was legal age under 21?
No.
In the Navy?
Yes.
Not unless it was authorized.
You can.
I know, but the CO has to authorize it.
But
because here's the thing: you go to El Paso, you go to Fort Bliss, you can drink at 18 on base. It's legal. It's the only legal place in the United States.
I remember hearing on the boat that they had to put those rules down when we were going out. If you weren't of U.S. drinking age, you couldn't drink in the country unless the CO authorized.
Nope. You go by the country that you're in.
The SOFA agreement.
Yes, but also
status of forces is more for legal issues.
But the military age, right, to have sex with them was 17. You know, now when they're 14,
by what country's laws?
But 14, 15, 16, if it's not 17, you're fucking playing with fire. I'm telling you, you're gonna be playing with fire.
By what country's law? You got to go by the country you're in.
Because they had because in Croatia, there were 14, 15, and 16-year-olds in the bar drinking.
I think that's why they made that's why UCMJ picked up, because I remember guys getting busted in Malta. They talked about it when we stopped in Greece at the old port visit there. The little shipyard that they have. They were talking about Malta, people going over there. They were talking about people getting in trouble for sleeping with their law. Like, it's their law. And everybody's like, okay, cool. It's their law, whatever. No big deal. And then they were getting busted for that shit.
I mean, they had this one guy on the boat, like I said before, on the laboon. He was like all for it. I'm like, dude, you're playing with fire. So I told him, I said, don't fucking do it. You're playing with fire.
I would just stand with the moral ground. I don't care what the legal age is. I have a daughter, you know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Like Lil Tate, remember that? It wasn't the first one, because after we got the hotel, we went down to massage parlor, right?
Right.
Okay. We know they was of age, right?
The one taking the fucking money
and stuff, and then we went to pick that bar. I got that fucking one with the pigtails, right? I said, I need to see your ID. I did call her. You know, and she was actually Singapore.
Because IDs over there
are
legit.
But hey, I'm just saying, hey, at least I did that. Made me feel better, right? I did. You know.
What?
Well, it's like when we were down there at the massage parlor, that little girl that was standing outside of the entrance.
Yeah.
She asked me how everything was, and I'm like, I was like, oh my God, I just got a black stain on my soul from this one. Because she couldn't have been any older than like 12. And I'm like, she knows what the fuck is going on in here. And I'm like, oh my God.
What's like that one in the massage parlor, right? The one I got, that took me back in their little area, right? I should have fucking said, come on, girl, let me go with us. She wanted to. She goes, well, I'm with you now. I'm like, no, you ain't.
Talking about the one in the hotel or another one?
No, the one in the hotel, the one below our,
it was right below our fucking room. Yeah.
Yeah. She fucking, that one girl, she was wanting to fucking go with me the whole week. I was like, no. I said, no, you can't. I said, I got more girls to fuck.
Well, I'm glad I didn't go with the one, because when she came out, I was like, oh, fuck, dude. Somebody get a bag for that head.
Shit. The one I had, the first one, she was fucking gorgeous, right? And she had a nice body. And she was going to jump on top of me without a call. I said, no. Condom.
Yeah.
I said, I know what you're trying to do. Ain't happening.
Yeah. Well, and mine was the reverse, because I was drunk enough. I was trying to do it without one. I knew better, and she wouldn't do it without one. Yeah. She's like, go down to the desk. And I'm like, my legs ain't going to move down to the desk to go get them.
Well,
she's like, don't get in it.
Well, hell, that's before we started drinking.
No, this was after when we came.
Oh, after, because that first one, we just got the hotel and see that night. Let's go.
That first night, because we ended up watching RoboCop. She was like, I never watched this movie. And I was like, it's a great movie. We're going to sit and watch it. And then we started playing around. She's like, nope. Put something on. I was like, all right, never mind. And left it at that, which thank God, But she was new. Remember? There was that big ass fight that first night.
Yep.
With her chaperone.
Yeah. That was the second. That was at the bar. The second one. Yeah, that was the second.
That was yours. I kept the same one the entire time.
Yeah.
That was that first night. She didn't want to go back, and I was like, you know what? I'm drunk. I'm leaving y'all, motherfuckers. I don't give a shit what you do. I pay for you to go out. I don't care. I'm leaving. And that's when she started getting screamed at and tied. I'm like, oh, this is getting serious now. Oh shit. I'm running. And then, like, I don't know, 2 blocks down the road, she caught back up with me.
Yep.
They take that. I mean, that shit is serious for a reason. Like it's like a contract for them, which is really scary.
Well, when you pay for the girls, right? Guess what? Those girls are yours for how long you want them.
Trafficking of persons.
You know.
That's why I had to sign page 13s for that.
Yep.
That you were no longer allowed to pick up prostitutes because you didn't know if they were trafficked or not.
Yep.
Before it wasn't a big deal, and then that whole thing started coming out. Now that we're getting the Epstein files and all the missing kids, you're like, holy shit, you know, how many?
But over there in Thailand, guess what? Their parents put them in there. They sell them off.
Yeah, they
you know,
do
the
that.
sad thing is this thing with the Epstein, it's all over. It's everywhere now. Like it's all over the.
Well, it's Rocky. This has been going on. Epstein just did what's been going on for thousands of years.
I know. It's just it sucks. It sucks that that's reality.
I mean, it's modern day. It's modern day slavery. Is what it is.
I know, and it sucks.
Before it was more the women were in charge of what was going on. Like they chose, didn't really choose, but they could choose to go into it. And then they made their own rules, you know, back in the day. And then it, you know, especially like in the Wild West, you know, they made their own rules. They did their things. And a lot of bordellos were that way. And now it shifted, you know, to these illegal bordellos.
Yep.
So
this is why I have them sign contracts.
You still got to send me that boilerplate. You still got to send me that boilerplate.
Oh yeah.
Eat stuff.
Boilerplate
of the contract.
God.
Of the contract. So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hey,
okay.
After he told,
it's an actual legal contract.
So. Yeah, I know. You talked about it before.
So,
like it's airtight, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Written by a lawyer.
That's why I said
by a lawyer.
That's why I told you guys send me a copy of that contract so that way I can print it off and have it on hand just in case.
That's why my uncle said lawyers were the fucking devil. And
Well,
that's why the devil's advocate is ran by lawyers.
But if they're on your side, they're great.
Yeah, I know. They're going to get whatever they can.
They're on the side of money. That's all they're on the side of.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's it. That's all they care about.
Greed to the extent. I seen a video on that the other day. They were this black kid, I think he was like 17, took a running head start into a fucking store door to break in, and the family tried to sue the store because the door was too protective and it caused brain damage to the kid.
It's like the
and
guy
a lawyer took it up.
To fucking get the copper wire out of the Tesla charger, cut it, and got electrocuted to death, and then they tried to sue Tesla because of it.
I seen that, yeah.
No, motherfuckers.
What happened? What happened again?
A dude that tried to get the copper out of a Tesla charger, he cut the wire, got fucking electrocuted and died, and the family tried to sue to get fucking money because it was too dangerous. He shouldn't have died. And it's like, well, no, he shouldn't have been trying to fucking steal wire from a live system. And so the judge threw it out. The judge was like, no, there's no fucking suit here.
Yeah,
like, I'm not allowing this to happen.
How is it okay for them to steal? You know what I mean?
That's what we're trying to figure out. The lawyer picks it up. Like the lawyer's like, hey, can I make money off of this? And it's like, there is no fucking standing ground. Like that kid getting brain damage. Like, oh, now, you know, he's still in a fucking coma. Who's going to pay those fucking bills now?
Yeah.
At least the guy that got electrocuted.
This was that far side I was talking about. Is it big enough?
Yeah.
The polar bear with the penguin beak, and then it says, and now Edgar's gone. Something's going on around here. I love these comics. They're hilarious. If you've never read them,
oh yeah,
you should check them out. They're great. They're probably the best. Good. Oh, they were my favorite, dude.
But that's why we make fun of climate change. It's not climate change, it's climate shift. It's fucking happened for hundreds of thousands of fucking years, if not millions.
It's called the seasons. You know, summer, winter, spring, and fall. You know, spring, summer.
Well, no, what Little Tate's talking about is like the warming periods and the cooling periods. What he's talking about.
Yeah. I mean, that's normal, natural stuff.
Yeah, because like right now, we are in the cooling period right now. Actually, we are.
And it's shifting to where like Alaska and them is melting off their ice and shit's flourishing again. It shifts around in region. It does it for a reason.
And it's going to be cooler down south than it will be up north.
You know what I wish we could find, but I don't know who the guy was. It was this guy, and he's like a rich dude. He wears glasses. I think he's some kind of billionaire. And he was talking about climate change or climate whatever with this woman, and he just ripped this woman apart. He said, "Are you stupid?" To that effect, like, do you think I'd be investing money in a hotel if this place was going to be flooded out so quick?
That was actually a Florida guy you're talking about, Rocky.
Yeah, I forget his. I don't know who it is.
I mean, everybody that buys seafront property that talks about climate change.
Well,
all right, that doesn't raise the question.
Look at the heckler, the giggler, right? That's what she bought. A seaside Malibu mansion for $8 million.
Yeah, she did.
I mean,
Obama's estate, Martha Vineyard.
Yeah. I mean, come on now.
I mean, his shit is like almost sea level.
Yeah.
It's like a couple feet above it. Like,
and the Plymouth Rock, they have taken pictures from long ago, right? Before they start talking about rising sea levels, right? Guess what? It's still the same level as it was when they took the picture 20, 30 years ago. Same level.
Yeah.
You know?
It's only internal. Like I know I seen a story on the Mississippi River just a little while ago how they're losing water into the ground outside of it. And it's actually draining down. Like the bedrock itself is like leaching out water. It's no longer contained to the river, and that's why it's going down. Everybody was trying to say climate change. It's like, no, there's a natural effect that's going on in the ground that's having that happen. You know, it's like science shit. It's not, you know, like, and these people they keep pushing these fucking bullshit ass, like we said, history, keep pushing this fucking nonsense. And you're like, dude, a little bit of research and this is what you find out.
I didn't even realize Hastings, Nebraska had a 4.1 earthquake today.
Nice.
Yeah.
Any other earthquakes?
It was 29 miles south of Hastings, Nebraska.
What fault was it?
It was 3 miles deep. It was a 4.1.
Was that off the New Madrid fault line?
No.
I don't think that's all that one. That's a different fault.
That doesn't go through
fault line.
New Madrid
that
is
fault
like
line came up in something I was watching about some kind of earthquake or volcano or something like that. I don't know, where is that fault line at? The New Madrid.
You talking about New Madrid? New Madrid?
Yeah,
I just heard that.
That's in southern Missouri. That's in southern.
Goes through Missouri and Tennessee area. Like, so
go straight up. It don't go over.
If that goes straight up, if that goes off like legit, like it did in the 1800s. Nashville will cease to exist.
And St. Louis will cease. It'll be put this way. They talk about San Andreas, right? The Badger one has not really gone off since it made the Mississippi run backwards and the Missouri run backwards.
Yeah, it rang church bells in New York.
Yes, all the way up the East Coast. Yep.
That's what I'm worried about.
I watched the video the other day about it. I just when you said that, it made me think about it because some guy was talking about New Madrid. And I didn't know what that was, and some kind of earthquake or something like that. Like this is, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's like it goes off all the time, right? But it's small ones, right? Now, one time, I'm 4 or 5 hours away from New Madrid, right? I am.
Mm-hmm.
I was on the 15th fucking floor of the boiler, Unit 3 boiler. I was on top of the fucking boiler, and I felt this motherfucker go off. I felt this rock. I know what that is. I didn't take the elevator. I was down 15 flights of stairs, right, in a matter of minutes. And everyone's like, our control barber goes, what was that? I said, that was a fucking earthquake, jackass. He's like, no, it wasn't. And then fucking dispatch called. They said, yeah, it was an earthquake. He goes, oh, use Ross. I told you, I know what it feels like. I've been through one.
I was going to say, weren't you out at the firefighting, the Trident facility in Washington?
No, I was on top of the MRG on the 5 when it was in Todd Shipyard.
See, I was out at the trainer when it went off, and that fucking building, the blind just started doing this shit. We're all like,
was this when we were in the yards? Were we in the yards when that happened?
Yeah, we was at Todd Shipyard, Seattle at that time.
Yeah, I was at the fucking fuel school on Indian Island.
Because you was not there. If you was there, you remember, guaranteed.
I must have been on leave.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What about Indian Island? What about Indian Island?
I was on Indian Island when it happened, but I was on a ferry back to Seattle when it happened. Got stuck for like 4.5 hours out in the fucking Puget Sound, waiting for them to inspect the fucking docks, so we could fucking pull in. It fucking pissed me off so much. And I had just gotten cable in my fucking duplex that I was living in Snohomish, and it threw the fucking cable box across the room and fucking broke it. And then they told me I had to wait a couple months to get a new one. And I had just got that fucker installed that morning.
Yep.
I was so fucking pissed.
And I'll tell you one thing, when they finally let us leave, right? It took a few hours just to get back to Everett because we had to go different.
Because the buildings all fucking had shit collapse off of them in Seattle.
Yeah.
So, was this in 2001?
Having to go all the way to fucking Snohomish.
Yeah, that was 2001, Rocky. Who was there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mick, were you still on board when that happened?
Oh, he was still there. He left after Rocky left after I did.
Yeah, I left in 2002, but I must have been away or on leave when that earthquake happened or something.
Or you just forgot.
Yeah, like a little Tate. The reason I went to the firefighter school is because I was leaving in a few months anyways to go to sea school. So they didn't send me to firefighting school.
Yeah. That was out of Washington State fucking firefighting academy. That was out of the mountains.
Shit, I'd already been there fucking twice.
Yeah. That motherfucker was.
So New Madrid is like a major fault line, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's actually
big. Is it worse than San Andreas? Because me growing up in California,
because Rocky,
I grew up
because it does not because San Andreas has had a few big ones, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's been a few years, but they've had the Badgers really gone off one time. Really a big one, one time. That's it.
In our history,
right?
In our history, yes.
It shot sand geysers over 100 feet in the air.
Yeah.
So it was an earthquake or a volcano?
No, earthquake.
Okay.
It's the most unpredictable fault that we have. It really is.
To correct.
You know what? If I find that video, Gilly, if that thing went off, where you're at, Brett, if that thing went off, would that affect you in a
Yes, it would affect him, me. It would affect everybody in Missouri, Illinois, Indianapolis, all the East Coast, up north of Iowa.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
If I find that video, I'll send it to you guys.
To correct where I was at, I was not at Indian Island. I was on Manchester Island. Sorry. I was on Manchester Island because I was doing a fuel school. I was not on Indian Island. Indian Island is where we used to arm up.
What fuel school was that? Just for the oil lab or what?
Yeah, it was a fuel school, like extra class on different fuels and different testing things and all that shit. But it was Manchester Island. Yeah, so that's the easiest. Like I said, Nashville would be destroyed, Memphis would be destroyed, St. Louis would be destroyed. I'm in the strong even still from where I'm at.
So am I. From North Carolina, I'm in the strong too, or see where that edge of the yellow is?
Yeah.
I'm like right to the right of it or right there on that line, I think. If I'm looking at where I'm at in the state, bro. So I wondered because I saw this video and I didn't realize where it was. So I was like, if I find it, I'll send it to you guys. I don't know if you like it or not.
It says it right there, New Madrid in Kentucky, right here.
Yeah.
And this was 1811. 1811 to 1812. This is what it affected as a 7-point in the 7 range.
Yeah.
How did they measure it back then? How did they have
seismographs?
Seismographs?
I mean, it might be more accurate now, but still.
Yeah.
It rang. That one rang church bells in New York. There is multiple accounts, written accounts from multiple different types of different people that were not connected together about the river. So what happened was it shifted the the ground, the bedrock of the river up, which the water hit it, turned around and went backwards and upriver, and then it shot sand geysers because here there's a lot of sand sediment in the Midwest. It would shoot sand up over 100 feet in the air because of venting from the pressure and all kinds of other shit. It was fucking crazy from the south.
But just wasn't the Mississippi, it was the Missouri River too, because it flows right into it. So everything flowed backwards.
Yeah, everything.
So both rivers got affected and now go the opposite way because of it.
After a few days, it corrected itself. After a few days.
Okay. Because I'm like, did it break the river and make it go that way for the next 100 years? Okay.
No, just for a few days. Just for a few days. Right there.
Yeah, if I find that video,
it moved the floor of the river up. So then the river hit it and then curled back and went back up river.
Like hitting a natural dam.
Rocky, they made a movie about that. It's on Tubo. Fuck is it? Tubo movie.
That's why, like, the San Andreas isn't really that big of a deal because of where it shoots out to the ocean. Hawaii,
I remember
when I was fucked.
When I was growing up, like, we had that San Francisco earthquake and then that Northridge earthquake, and there was another earthquake. And
I remember those.
They were all six. They were all in the 6th scale, I think, somewhere in the 6th. They were. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the movie you need to fucking watch right here. This is what could happen if the New Madrid fault goes off big again. Right there.
Oh yeah, continental split.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I was. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, yeah, I've already watched that one. That was good right there. That one is. I mean, it will fuck up some shit right there if it really goes off again. Just like Nick said about Yellowstone, right? When that volcano goes off.
So just in that area, I mean, I wonder how many people live in that population just around the fault line.
Dude, a lot.
Millions.
A lot, Rocky, a lot.
I'm just wondering, like, millions of people, you know, that's a lot.
The power company I work for, Associated Electric, they got a fucking power plant down there on the Mississippi River right there. Dude.
Okay.
You know, but it'll also affect Jeff City, too. I mean, it'll affect the whole state, Illinois, all the states around it, all the way up to Iowa, probably past Iowa. It's strong enough.
I never heard of that earthquake in the 1800s. They never taught me that one in school.
Yeah, most of they ain't going to.
I remember they talked about an earthquake in 1906, though. I think it was 1906, and it had to be Frisco. I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up.
Ooh.
They taught us about that one.
That's because the San Andreas is the one that's most popularized.
Yeah,
right.
because
I remember watching. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I was gonna say it's 6 o'clock. I'm gonna jump.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, bro.
Later, bro. So yeah, the San Francisco earthquake was April 18th, 1906, with a magnitude of 7.9.
In 1909 is what you're saying?
1906.
1906.
And I think the Frisco earthquake, the Golden Bridge earthquake that I remember, I think that was 1989, where it showed a car falling down off the bridge when it, like, you know, broke.
Yeah. Yeah, because the 90s earthquake, you know, over there was such a big popularized one because of all the highways, because they were double decker.
The Bay Bridge, and that was during the World Series too, so it was on camera too.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Northridge, wasn't it? That was the Northridge earthquake.
Northridge? Yeah, Northridge was in it's like in LA or Van Nuys or somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
I think that's the one that had the double pancake
bridge
that collapsed.
So like when that one happened, dude, I was sleeping in my bed and I slept through it. I heard it, but I was like, I'm not getting up.
Well,
just
the New Badger one.
A year and a half ago, I woke up to a 4.1 earthquake here in Iowa.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Well, see,
I didn't think there was a whole lot of earthquakes in the Midwest, to be honest.
No, there is. Rocky, the latest one on the New Badger one, a minor one, a 2.2 earthquake carried near Marston, Missouri, just south of New Badger. That was on February 28th, right there.
I was going to say, that was not too long ago.
Yeah. You know, February 17th, February 6th, right there. So it's waking up. January 20th, 2026, 3.8 right there that they don't ever talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video, and then you said that, and it just made me think.
But it has to be an 8 or bigger for it to fucking fill up where I'm at or fucking up north. Put it that way.
Yeah, I mean,
not really, but
it'll ripple through.
Yeah, but I mean, like when it's like a 5 or something like that, guess what? I don't feel it at all.
I felt the 4.1 up here. It woke me up in the middle of the night.
Well, it might be because I'm fucking passed out too.
Or you're just drunk and it happened and you didn't realize
That's what I mean. I'm fucking passed out, or I'm thinking my vertigo's going off.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, that's how vertigo feels like. You're walking on you're in an earthquake sometimes. Yeah. But
yeah, we get them every once in a while up here.
Yeah,
I remember an earthquake in 2008. I was driving a forklift loading semis for John Deere, and it happened. Didn't feel it because I was bouncing in and out of trailers.
Well, that's when I was on top of the fucking boiler when you felt that one. So that's from New Madrid. I felt that all the way up fucking where I was at, north Missouri.
Well, I was driving in and out of semi trailers, and I didn't feel it. And they called for all of us to get up to the fucking top there. Up to the front. I was like, God damn it. Yeah.
There's all your major fault lines.
Yeah. I mean, they always talk about, like, Rocky, they always talk about, like, San Andreas, because that's called part of the Ring of Fire right
there. Yeah. I was going to say the Ring of Fire is what, like, they talked about in school when I was in California. We were all concerned with the Ring of Fire and all that.
I thought that's what happens when you eat hot stuff.
Yeah. that may happen sometimes, but the Ring of Fire that I'm talking about is not that. It's the earth.
And it adds in volcanoes too, not just above ground, but underwater volcanoes.
Yeah, see, like right there, you got fucking you got over like Yellowstone. That's the volcano right there. You know?
Yeah, that's a super volcano.
Yeah.
That's the really bad one, right?
Yeah, you see where that fault line is for the San Andreas is right on the edge. That's why I always laughed about LA falling off. But
it also goes up all the way to Alaska over here too.
Yep.
Well, there's the Cascades too.
Yep.
There's a Cascade fault out in the Pacific.
Right.
That's not shown on that map.
Yeah, this is just the states. I didn't do the oceans yet.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because the Cascade one, it angles off into the ocean from Washington area, Oregon area. It connects to the San Andreas.
Right.
So it could be like multi issue.
Yep.
But like there's been multiple earthquakes in the Midwest that I haven't felt because I've been doing shit. Hasn't been big enough.
They're small, huh?
They're not
out. Or sometimes
I was on a Ferris wheel for one of them, so the movement that I felt, it could have been from the Ferris wheel. You know what I mean? Like I didn't feel it. I thought it was the Ferris wheel. Another one was me going in and out of semis on a fucking forklift. Didn't feel shit. And they're like, everybody to the front, because I was in John Deere's largest warehouse with fucking thousands of pounds of metal from floor to ceiling, all kinds of shit. And they were like, they didn't want shit falling on us. I was sleeping during that 4.1.
But most time we are fucking we're fucking used to it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I kind of got used to it. Like the one thing on the Fife that reminded me of earthquakes is when the screws came out and the ship would vibrate like that. That reminded me of earthquakes.
Well, that was the actual sonar dome that came out. It would cavitate and shake back and forth.
Yeah.
That was the sonar dome, the rubber sonar dome on the front, not the screws.
I thought it was the screw.
No, it was actually the front. It would hit and it would slap down and then it would shake because the sonar dome, the shape of the sonar dome would make the fucking ship shake back and forth as it settled back into the water.
I was gonna say, if the screws comes out of the water, we're all fucking in trouble.
Yeah.
Now, when you do hit, if you're going full reverse, right, like we've had, right, you'll full throttle, right, going forward,
crash back.
and then They will cavitate. You will feel that, yes.
Yeah, you'll feel the cavitation.
Yeah. I think we did that before on the 5. I can't.
Oh,
remember.
Shit. Yeah, we did it over. We did it a lot of time. Fuck, we had to do it during fucking Easter and all that bullshit.
Yeah, we did
do it every
crash
time.
backs a lot. But what you're talking about in rough seas, the shaking back and forth, that was the sonar dome when we come up out of the water in the front and slap back down, we would shake going back down. Yeah, that was the sonar dome. Yep. Because the cavitation from a crash
it's made out of rubber.
Yeah.
Because in a way, the Navy kind of prepared us bit out sea for earthquakes in a way.
It prepares you for a lot. It's just like, like when I saw the videos of the missiles crashing into that, I'm like, man, you're screwed if you can't get away fast enough. You're gone.
Well, it's like that one fucking we nailed one of their carriers, or the Chinese carrier, because they had that tech on their carrier. There's a video of that, us throwing fucking harpoons or whatever it is into the motherfucker. Right on the flight deck. Right there. Yeah, when I started seeing those fucking lost fucking tomahawks right from the destroyers and shit, I was like, oh yeah, that brings back memories right there. I said, oh yeah.
I just remember tomahawks coming in for us, helping us on the ground. I've never been on a ship that launched tomahawks.
In 2002 for Operation Enduring Freedom, right? No, we never lost them. No. We never lost them on the 5.
We did launch something.
Well, that was for training, Rocky. That's for training.
Yeah. We did.
Never in combat, right?
We launched Sea Sparrow and Ram for training.
Yeah.
But I've never been on a ship that launched tomahawks. But I have been on the receiving end of tomahawks in a sense. Not necessarily the receiving end, but we called in airstrikes and tomahawks came in.
I'm telling you, man, it's a fucking hell of a feeling. Fucking in 2002, we emptied our fucking chambers of tomahawks in 2002 for Operation Enduring Freedom. We did. They said launch them and keep launching these motherfuckers. We did it.
Yeah.
Because we was getting ready to exit the Gulf anyway. So, okay, fuck it. They want a barrage? We're going to give them a fucking barrage.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. A lot of people forget that the Navy, we have the most firepower. We have more firepower than jarheads do, or the Army does on the ship. They don't realize how many tomahawks that we fucking DDG actually carries. Because you got VLS front and aft too. Forward and aft. Or the 5 only had VLS up front. There was only one DD that had VLS out back, forward and aft. There was only one.
I know we had it up forward.
We had up forward because the way our ship was configured, we couldn't have it aft the way it was configured.
Yeah.
But they did retrofit. Me look it up. They did retrofit one DD to have a forward and aft. Let's see here.
It was only a cruiser that did it. Was it a DD?
I think it was. If I remember correctly, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Only because of the way that
Which
the
DD
Harpoon and Sea Sparrow deck was set up.
ship have VLS forward and back, forward and aft? Well, let me ask AI because that one it just said DDG.
I could have swore it was only cruisers that had it.
VLS at both forward and aft?
Yeah, I think they only did cruisers that way. I think it was like 2 cruisers that they did forward and aft.
Yeah,
VLS.
that's what I was thinking. Like cruiser got hit up. I know we got retrofitted for Ram. We were test platform for that, and they put that on the 5.
See, we had Ram on the 5. We had Ram and Sea Sparrow.
Yeah, Ram, Sea Sparrow, and Harpoon.
But see, before Fife got the VLS, it had the one-armed bandit.
Yeah, like the frigates did.
Yeah. And then it got retrofitted with the VLS.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wrong. I thought it was the cruisers. I was wrong. I thought there was one DD that was retrofitted forward and aft VLS.
I was
it
gonna
should have
say,
been
like,
I think it was 2 cruisers, wasn't it?
I know it was cruisers for sure.
It was the fucking Tyrannoda class they had them.
Ticonderoga?
Yep.
Was it
Which-
the whole class?
Which is built on the same hull as. That's probably why I was thinking there was one DD because they're built on the same hull as us.
Well, yeah, they're from the weather deck down, they're
All
a
right.
destroyer.
All right. A note. Oh, see, this scene brought up the Fife right here.
Really?
Hey, I did. Since I know you looked at the USS Fife in 2001 spec deployment, it's a perfect example. The Fife was only one of 24 sprue cans that received the VLS upgrade. By the time 2000 deployment, she had 61 cells of VLS forward for Tomahawks and ASROCs, but she still relied on the manual 8-cell Sea Sparrow launcher for air point defense.
Yeah, ASROCs. They had ASROCs, harpoons. ASROCs were the torpedoes that would be launched out of the VLS. Then they would go into the water and then fucking.
Yep. By the
they'd be
late
launched vertically. They were like vertical launch late
1990s, which that would have been in Brimpton when we got the fucking Ram, like the Fife and Cushy also received the Ram launcher on the fantail for extra defense, but this was small bolt on launcher for not vertical system.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So-
Ram was off to the
Yeah.
port side.
Yeah, that was 99 right there.
Yeah.
Well, we got that one.
No, it was on the port starboard side.
But no, it was
Starboard
on.
aft. Yeah, it was starboard aft because I used to fish out there on the back side.
I think it was aft fucking port. When you're like looking out aft, it'd be the port side.
If you're on the fantail looking forward, it's on the it's on the starboard side. If you're looking aft off the fantail, it's on
Right.
it's on the left side. That would be the port. That would be the starboard side. You can look it up.
That's what I'm doing.
It was on the starboard side of the ship because everything is when you're looking forward. So it was on the aft starboard side.
Cool.
Then the Sea Sparrow was centered in the next deck up, and then you had the flight deck.
I'm looking to see if they actually have the Fife where it's at.
It should
Well,
be there.
Well,
It should be
AI
on
just gave me it was on the fantail, didn't say port or starboard.
Right.
Yeah, it's starboard because
No,
then
you're
you have
right.
the-
You're right, Brett. I found the picture. It's on the starboard side.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
aft
thinking it was on
starboard.
the port side.
No, it's aft starboard because then you had Mount 52 on the back,
Right.
right? There. And then so when I used to fish on the fucking on the port side because of the fucking see? Yep, there it is.
Yep.
And there's VLS.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, she looks pretty in that picture. Were we painting at that time?
She's clean.
It does look pretty.
That's
That was
2002.
Ain't no rust.
well. AI goes. If you're writing a movie about the 2000 Westpac, the Ram installation of the Fife was actually a bit of a luxury for that time. Remembers that movie I had it right for that
Oh yeah.
Westpac.
Yeah.
That's AI sucks. You just need a photo.
Or my memory, which is weird because I don't remember.
No, I was thinking. I was like, man,
So you remember this stuff, but you can't remember like stuff that happened
2 weeks ago.
No.
Rocky, you can't say shit about memory loss. Anyways,
dude. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying this is what happened.
I'm just saying.
Oh no.
You forget
It's
about
like,
shit
I
we
forget
talked
all
about
about
last week. You're like, we talked about like, yes, remember things like, yes, you guys talked about it.
My traumatic brain injury has made it so hard to remember stuff. I have to do like different exercises to try to remember it to build a core memory because if I don't, I will not remember it. I have to turn it into like it's weird. It's almost like your brain, so like your brain has like regular memories and then core memories, right? Like everybody's going to forget something, right? But
Mhm.
like the core memories always stick with you. I have to try to turn almost every major memory into one of those core memories to remember. Otherwise, I won't. It's really weird.
You know what I found that I did was like
Hey,
music.
Is it that incredibly exhausting or stressful to do that?
Oh yeah, I've had to talk to many neurologists at the VA, and
Uh-huh.
that's the only thing they can suggest right now is doing what I'm doing, is try to make it a core memory. But the problem is I'm gonna come up to a point where I can only make so many, and then it's like I filled up the hard drive, and then I'm gonna start losing stuff again.
So I know this sounds like a dumb question. Can you write things down? Will that help you?
I can, but again, having to reference something from 2 years ago that I wrote down is almost impossible, because
Mhm.
the amount of stuff I would have to write down, I would be searching for fucking 30 days trying to find the one thing I wrote down, and I would forget why I'm even looking.
And what it
That's-
even pertained to
that's-
writing it down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm like, man, there's got to be a way to help you, but that sucks.
There
You know what I
is-
mean?
There is certain things that is like burned into my memory, like
Uh-huh.
it'll never go away. And it's weird because I can remember stuff from when I was a little kid. I remember I was 3 years old. 3? Yeah, 3. Riding a big wheel. It was a G.I. Joe big wheel
I love
in
those things.
in a parking lot across the street from Wendy's, the restaurant. And I wasn't paying attention, and I was looking at my mom while I was wheeling, and I hit a parked car. Like, I
Dumbass.
remember that like it's yesterday. But I can't tell you what I did 3 days ago because I don't remember. So I pick and choose what I remember and what I work to remember. Like I have little exercises I do in my head and stuff like that to remember things. And what's weird is like when it comes to my jobs, so when it comes to anything in the military and anything that had to do with what I did, I remember pretty well. When I worked as a medic, dosages and medications and all that stuff and treatments, I remember very well. I'm very proficient at stuff I have trained over and over and over and over because it has created a core memory.
Yeah.
But I meet a chick at a bar, I won't remember her name.
Unless you take her to the dungeon.
Unless I take her to a dungeon.
I think that's most people about remembering names. I forget you unless like in the first 5 minutes.
But you know, it is tough. Sometimes it's hard to function as a grown ass adult when you can't remember anything. You know,
When
it's
does it
hard.
happen the most, bro? Like, what would be the situation where it happens the most, where you gotta like, I gotta remember this?
Dude, I had to make 2 lists today because I made a list for shopping. I told my son I was going to make a list for shopping, right? So I made a list and then I forgot I made a list. So then I made another list. And you know what? I went shopping and didn't look at either one of them because I forgot I made them.
Yeah, that sounds like me too. Yeah.
So
Not to that extent, but my forgetfulness sometimes.
it's horrible. And that's why like
know,
I forgot to get lettuce for fucking tacos today.
Huh?
It's like, God damn it. Like
You don't need lettuce for tacos.
I like lettuce on the tacos sometimes.
What kind of tacos were they? Ground beef?
Yeah, they were ground beef.
Okay.
He making them gringo tacos.
Ground beef tacos.
Well, I was supposed to make chili today, but Landon needed a part for his remote control car. So we went to the hobby store and we ended up spending way too long there. So I didn't have time to start my chili. So yeah.
It sounds absolutely fucking traumatic and terrible, brother.
It was. For me, it is. It's like the end of the world almost at that point.
I can relate too, because I'll put shit on the calendar and then I'll forget why I put it on the calendar.
Yeah.
Like what was this that I was supposed to be doing on the calendar? What does this mean? But at the time when I wrote it, it made sense. But then when you go to look at it again, you're like
when I make a doctor appointment, I'll put like doctor appointment, and then it'll have like little notes in the calendar thing, and I'll say this is for this, so I know what.
That's
I'm
why
doing.
you set on your phone. If you can do it on your phone,
I put it on the Google.
You set a reminder that morning, way before the appointment.
That's why you use AI.
Yep.
Yeah, because I had set my appointment in the calendar, and I would have a notification for 30 minutes prior to the fucking appointment, and then it goes off, and I'm like, fuck, I don't even have time to get to my appointment now because I should have been left a half an hour ago, which is an hour before my appointment because my primary care is in Iowa City, and that's 45 minutes to an hour away, but yet I'm only getting notified 30 minutes prior to my appointment, which I'm sitting at my house right now, and I should have left a half an hour prior. Like, what the fuck? I'm like, God damn it. See, that's where I get pissed because I'm like, I got to drive all the way to Iowa City for my primary care. I need to set my notifications an hour and a half ahead of time. So that way it notifies me a half hour before I have to leave, gives me time to drive there and then get there. But I've also had my shit set to where it reminds me of something, my phone, half an hour prior. I'm like, oh, I got plenty of time. And then I totally forget that what I was supposed to do. And then I don't show up. I'm like, God damn it. Every time. I don't know how many times I missed Cairo because I had it fucking set and I was like, God damn it. I accepted the fucking alarm, silenced it, and then totally forgot I silenced my alarm. Like, fuck. Yep. Sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. Once I learned how to use the calendar on my phone, because I learned it from being in the Navy, I was like, that's how I do everything.
Oh, dude,
And
Google Calendar has saved my ass so many times.
It really does come in handy.
Yeah, I love my Google Calendar.
Yep.
What was that?
All right, fellas. Want to go ahead, did it?
We can, yeah.
All right. Play this.
From the decks to the galley, we've had our say. Fiverr's crew rolling on another fine day. Stories and laughter from shipmates true. We'll see you next time. Fair winds to you.
This is the Fifers 991.
Till next watch, shipmates. We're done.
Fifers departing.